to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First order of business will be to approve the minutes from last week, and I will abstain as I was not here.
I'll so move.
All second.
Don's moved, Tim seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Moving on the consent agenda and miscellaneous motions, we had a handout. I apologize. It's a tax abatement. Amount of $32.06.
Also move.
Don's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Second one would be move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign Coffee County payroll notice for Levi Anstead, Coffee County Sheriff's Office, Deputy Sheriff, new hire, pay grade 40-1, wage 1902, effective 7/22/21. Jesse moves,
All second.
Tim seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
And that will be that. First up will be Dr. Sawyer. There you are.
Good morning, guys.
Morning, sir.
Kind of giving you guys your weekly updates, because Lindsay, and so I can hopefully answer questions if you guys have any. But a couple of things I wanted to talk about was the COVID-19 disease versus the COVID-19 vaccine and some of the updates on this. So if you're talking about just topic number one, which is COVID-19 disease, we have 7 active cases currently in Coffee County. And if you look at the trends, the month of June we had 10, and now for July we have 20. So the numbers have ticked up a little bit. If you look at the national level, that's also what you're seeing. And a couple of reasons for that. One is we're letting our guard down. We're doing more. People are vacationing. We have more get-togethers, whether it's at ball games or concerts or whatever. So there is a little bit of a more spread there. The other thing is the dominant strain right now is that Delta variant. And so it's more contagious. It's not necessarily a more deadly strain, but it's a more contagious strain. So it's more transmissible amongst people. So when you do have these get-togethers, you're going to have more cases potentially. So those are the reasons that the numbers are ticking up. You know, we did enjoy several months there where we had hardly any cases, and so we're seeing a little bit of a summer spike. I don't know if that's going to continue when school starts and we start getting more people back together. So hopefully we don't go down the road we went last year. So I don't know, does anybody have any questions about COVID-19 disease or the variant or the numbers? The reporting has also come up. The nurses down at the health department were keeping the numbers updated on the website. Took a lot of time, energy, and effort to do that, and sometimes the numbers agreed with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. They were also posting numbers, and that created some controversy. So last week we kind of reviewed the process, and we want to be transparent. We're not trying to hide those numbers. So what we thought about doing was either looking that up on a Monday and then posting it, you know, according to the website, we have 7 active cases, or at least putting a link there so that people who want to know what's the up-to-date information can just go to that webpage and see it. You know, so that way we would eliminate the controversy. So I don't know if you guys had any thoughts on the reporting process. I mean, we're not trying to hide anything. When the numbers kind of fell off, we just didn't, you know, weren't reporting those. But you know, now that they're ticking back up and people are more interested again, I want people to be able to go to the website and see, you know, according to KDHE, we have 7 cases in Coffee County. You know, I don't know any other better way of doing it that will be less controversial.
But to me, the most important thing is to be transparent with our citizens. You know, I think we all let our guard down. We hadn't seen any paperwork. I said it wasn't on the state.
Yeah,
Hasn't any paperwork for 3 months.
right.
I think everybody got the idea it was either 0, 1, or 2,
Right.
and all of a sudden it cropped up last week, we had 9.
Yeah,
So to me, we're not fulfilling our responsibility to citizens.
yeah, I agree.
How's the best way to get that information out there? How much of an issue is it to continue to develop what we did here 4 months ago with that flyer once a week? Can that be a part of it? Because I know that would catch a lot more people.
Sure, yeah, any way we can get
The
it
more
out.
information we get out there.
Yeah, if you guys have any other, just brainstorming that as far as promoting it and getting the numbers out, other than the webpage and the flyer, any other ways that you see getting it out? I mean, I can talk with the girls and see down there, the nurses to see and brainstorm and see what the most efficient way is to get that out.
Well, I think personally, there's been a lot of conflict between the state and the county. I like what you're doing, just connect it to the state.
Right.
They think they're the official, so just
Yeah.
connect it to them and then we will take care of what we need
Right.
to.
There's a lot of time and resources to try to gather that information, especially when people are getting tested out of our county. I mean, it's easy if everybody was just getting tested at one site, but gathering all that information and all those moving pieces and putting that together sounds like it'd be easy, but it's harder than you think. So if the state's already doing that, I mean, I say we just keep one resource doing that.
Makes sense to me.
Go ahead, Bob.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, what percentage of our county citizens has received the shot?
So,
Do you have an idea on
yeah,
that?
so topic 2 is the vaccine. So if you guys are ready, I'll move on to that topic. So, the nurses down at the health farm, they've done a total of 22 clinics. And you remember back when this started at the first of the year, we had these huge numbers. I mean, our list got over 1,000 people. I mean, was it higher than that, Carrie? I don't know.
What, I'm sorry?
What did our vaccine list get up to, the ones that wanted it? Didn't it get over 1,000?
Oh, it was like 1,400.
Yeah, we had this growing list. And some of those people ended up getting them in other counties because our supply was only so much. But they held 22 clinics. I think we ended up getting almost 3,000 people into there. Now, if you look at those that came back to get the second shot, because we had some people that didn't come back and get the second shot, we're up to 2,000 people in our county. So I think we have, around 8,000 people in our county. So we're at 25% in our county that are fully vaccinated.
But those above 12, it'd be a higher percentage than that.
Do what now?
Those above the age of 12. would
Right,
be a higher
so
percentage.
when you say, when I say 25% are vaccinated, that means 25% of those that are eligible to be vaccinated, which is 12 and above. And so they did have a 12 to 18-year-old clinic, but it was not very well attended here in Coffee County. Now, we do have the pharmacies now giving the vaccines, at least Auburn has stepped up and have done it. So we're doing it here in town and then also over in Lebo. And so,
So there's just 2 locations in the county
right now.
currently giving.
yeah, and the hospital is going through the paperwork and the process and trying to make this happen as well. So we're hoping to maybe have that up and rolling by this fall. So that way you can come in, maybe get your flu vaccine, they will also get your COVID vaccine at the same time. So I do think if you look at the national numbers, so 56% of Americans are vaccinated. In Kansas, it's 43%.
43.
Yeah, we're down a little bit. And I think along the coast in these bigger towns, they're more into the vaccine than out in like a rural setting like we are. And then you look at Coffee County, we're at 25%. So we have had a dip. You can see where the numbers are. 56 nationally, 43% for Kansas, 25% for Coffee County. So, I know there's a bunch of people holding out. They're waiting for this to be officially approved by the FDA, and it may happen by the end of the year, it looks like. So,
But if you've had it, aren't you just as immune as you are?
so some of those studies are showing that. So, we're always trying to strive for herd immunity. That's what's going to eventually get us over this potentially. But how do you get to herd immunity? Either you have to get the disease or potentially you have to get the vaccine. And depending on the studies you look at, both of those could be legit ways of doing it.
How many other citizens, or can you say, have tested positive?
I don't know that percentage.
There was 9 active cases last week. 4 of them had all shots.
Right.
That's like either Tennessee or Kentucky or someplace. I know that's not here. But here last week, there were 28 or 29 that died and they had the shot. So this thing it's a long ways from being old.
Yeah,
Now
so
the school kicking back up.
I know it. So, and mentioning the school, that reminds me that, the Kansas Department of Health and Environment has basically turned it over to the school boards at each level. And so, and administrators, and they are currently finalizing some of their plans, for what's going to go. we're definitely trying to find a way that if someone tests positive in the school, they will go home for their 10 days, just like they did last year. But what we want to make it better, what we want to do better this year is maybe not, all those people that had to quarantine along with them last year, we're coming up with a plan to where they would come in the morning and test before their practice or the school starts. And if they're negative, they can continue to work or go that day. And they'll have to do that for 7 to 10 days until they've, been removed from that quarantine piece. But that will at least allow those kids to still go to school and learn and still play the sport that they want to play. Obviously, if they test positive, they'll be removed and they won't be allowed to attend. So anyway, I think the school has got a battle to try to get all this figured out in the next month before school fires up. Back to the vaccine though, there's definitely, so the vaccines, when they came out last year, if you look at those 3 main companies that put out the vaccines, if you add up all the people in those studies, there's over 100,000 people. And a lot of people still believe that if you get the vaccine, you're not going to get the disease, but that's not true. If you get the vaccine, you're going to get a lesser form of it, in theory. The vaccines, really, all they do a good job of is keeping you from getting in the hospital on a ventilator and dying. And so there still is good value in the vaccine, according to the studies. It's definitely unfortunate if there are some people that have had the vaccine, if they're showing that they're getting in hospitals and putting on ventilators and dying. That's not definitely what the vaccines were intended to do. They're supposed to keep that from happening.
So what was it for in the hospital for that it already had the vaccine?
And locally, you mean?
Yeah.
Or so you get put in for a couple of different reasons. Either you need oxygen or you need hydration fluids. So there can be a lot of variables that go into that. What is their underlying health? Do they have lung disease, like asthma or emphysema? It just depends.
Right, I mean, it's the
But
same as it would be with an influenza.
Yeah.
Anybody with an underlying issue is
Right.
going to have it.
so, right. So the vaccine, like I said, the vaccine in theory should keep you from being put on a ventilator and dying. That's what we want the vaccine to do, is keep those cases down up in the big towns in their ICUs. People with the vaccine could still get a form of it and they can still be carriers. I mean, most of the people that test positive, they don't have any symptoms. They've been vaccinated. Their nose swab may come back positive. They have no symptoms. And so they can still transmit in theory. Especially maybe this Delta that seems to be more transmissible. So that's what we know about the vaccine. But to your, 25% of Talking County people that are eligible for the vaccine have received it. And hopefully that will continue to go up. I hope people want to keep getting it, especially our older groups.
But if you add the people who have had it, that really raises the percentage of people who are more
Potentially.
immune to it.
Right. And remember when a year ago when we looked at that, when you got when you had the disease, they thought you were only kind of protected for 3 to 4 months. And so now they're saying maybe it's more like 6 months. And they keep extending that out a little bit. And even some studies are saying you might have a lifetime immunity. But we also have had people that have had the active disease get the active disease again. I had several of my patients that had the disease, recovered, got it again, even before they got vaccinated. So it just depends on your immune system. And remember the vaccine is not 100%. It's only 95%, which means 1 out of every 20 people, they're not going to have their immune system doesn't recognize that vaccine. It doesn't build up their immunity. So, you still have to take that into account. So yes, you're not going to hear in our community about some of the people that have milder disease. You're going to hear in our community about the people that get admitted, that get transferred, that get put on ventilators, that die. We're all going to hear about those. You're not hearing about the people that are doing fine. Those aren't going to stir it up.
What about the third shot? I'm hearing a little bit about the
Right.
big
The
doctor.
latest stuff I saw said that the vaccine is still strong at 6 months, 9 months. And so those people that were brave enough to get it last summer in those studies, they're still looking at those numbers. And so there's no final determinations yet. So to my knowledge, they have not recommended a third shot yet. So I think everybody has to just kind of see what's best for them. You have to kind of bring in the information, look at your health, see what your responsibility is, and decide, is it better for me to get the disease? If I've had the disease, am I going to be protected moving forward? Maybe, maybe not. There's still a lot of variables that we don't know.
Right, there's a maybe, maybe not, even if you've had the vaccine.
Yeah.
And if you've had the actual
Yeah.
disease.
Yeah, I think you're going to hear all different scenarios. There's no 100% anything. Any other topics, concerns, questions?
Angie.
John, I just want to add, you had asked me last week to contact Lindsay to have her post that link to their Facebook page, and she did. And also, I think she was trying to get it on the website. And then I posted it on the county website, and I also talked to Mark at the newspaper, and he was going to try to get something in the newspaper for that link. So I just wanted
I've
to.
just got a totally strong opinion that we need to be as transparent as we can. And I know as mentioned last week, we don't want to scare people. It's not a scare deal.
Right.
We got to review the facts, and the facts are very, very solid. We need to get that information out there.
I agree. Good. I'm good.
Thanks for your
All right,
time.
you bet.
Thank you.
You guys, you bet.
Mike, Scott?
Scott didn't make it, but I got a Randall Brown. He's one of the board vice presidents. Since we are on the web, I guess, Mike Ronan with here for OK Kids. Couple things. The reason I'm so late to get to you guys this year is that we've had some discussion on how OK Kids was gonna play out. We are gonna have OK Kids. It's going to be a one-day event, unfortunately, down here at Kelly Park. What's going on with that is the federal government has rules in place. And if we have it out at Riverside West, then we're going to have to make everybody mask up and enforce this mask rule. If you're vaccinated, you don't have to. But, we're dealing with kids ages 3 to 12, 13, so they'd have to mask up, and, it's gonna be kind of like herding cats, make them wear those masks. So to keep the event going and be our 20th year, it's pretty important to us that we go ahead and have it. So we're gonna have it down here at Kelly Park, a one-day event.
What is that date?
It's gonna be September 11th. Just confirm that. Yep, September 11th. We will still have the majority of the activities and also some new activities coming in. So there is a few activities that we're not going to be able to do, like canoeing. We won't be able to get our canoes down the river and do that canoeing that we always done in the channel. But we are looking at different ideas and bringing certain things back in, birds of prey and possibly a climbing wall to replace some of the events that we had to take out. There won't be no hay rack rides, due to being as close as it is. And then trying to get some of this stuff for a one-day event is kind of tough. I mean, you gotta use some common sense with this. So, but we're here. We are going to have OK Kids. We are going to have it at Kelly Park, and we're not going to make anybody wear a mask unless they want to wear them.
Awesome.
Unless something changes.
Unless something changes, I mean,
It could change in a heartbeat.
you betcha. Listen to Doc Sawyer there, but hey, we got to move on. We got to live our lives, guys. And OK Kids is ready to put the show on for everybody that we've done for the last 20 years.
But it's a great program. It'd be great to get it restarted, back up. You're not gonna have near the space down there, so you're gonna have to eliminate some activities like you've already stated. But that probably won't take nothing away from the project and the program.
You bet. OK Kids was basically designed and set for a one-day event through the state. Coffee County, between the emergency services and the local businesses and a lot of private people have made this into the 3-day event that it is. And we just want to keep moving forward with that. We want to make sure that, this is that weekend for the kids to get outdoors. And that's why we've always done a 3-day event. Hate to do it one day. I was totally against it, but on the flip side, I understand. I mean, like I said, trying to herd cats, trying to herd kids with masks, it'd be a nightmare.
It says here the 2020 contribution was 2,500. I assume everybody's okay with that remaining the same. Do you have any other questions for?
What's your overall budget like?
It all depends on what donations come in from.
The overall, okay.
Yep. It all depends.
But how much do you need to make it really work? Seemed like it was 10 to 12 or 15, but I get it.
Somewhere around that normally.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
we used to spend quite a bit on insurance. The Gulf Rivers stepped up and helped us with that. We're not sure on that yet for this year. Plus, we're spending a little extra this year on some events that we don't normally have that we're gonna have to pay to have them come in. But you're right, usually around that figure.
Do you have trouble making that $10,000 to $12,000 goal?
No,
No, there's times that's real close, but, you know, we've kind of been responsible about things and, you know, as a group, as a board, we've been able to try to save some. But, you know, we've always had somebody step up last minute and help out where we need. There's always somebody out there willing to help.
Did we give you the 25 last year?
No,
We did not.
no, we talked about it, I came in and talked about it, and it was like, it was like a week later that we canceled, but we never received a check or anything from Coffee County.
Not to my recollection either.
I think we approved it up front, I think.
Yes.
I could be wrong on that, but then,
Yeah, we approved it,
I think
but
we
the
approved
check
it
never
up front.
came to us. Yeah, because it was, like I said, a week later after I come and approached you guys, is when we had to make the decision. So,
I don't remember the exact details, but I think we did approve it.
yeah, definitely, you guys did approve it, but, we came back to you, I came back to you guys and said, hey, we canceled, so we never.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the way I remember it too, yes.
I forgot who.
Did
How could I forget?
last year even happen?
Since we didn't give any last year, and since sounds like maybe they might have a little more expenses, I'm gonna recommend that we give $3,000 to them this year.
I don't have a problem with it.
I guess I'll make
It's
that
a great event.
I'll make that into a motion.
It's a great event if you guys have never been OK Kids. They do quite a job. I mean, it's awesome. So too bad you can't hold out the leg, but it is what it is. And maybe you might find it beneficial to be down there.
Well, you know, we've always had emergencies come up, like rain one year, we talked about having it down here. This is a benefit to us so we can see what it's like having it at Kelly Park as a secondary place. But our number one goal is to definitely get back out to Riverside West, because that's where this was founded, that's where this was set up, and that's where it needs to be.
Pretty nice event. So,
That's a motion. Two.
I'll move to contribute $23,000 to OK Kids with funds to be paid from the general fund community improvement line item.
I'll second.
Boss moved, Jesse seconded, all in favor? Aye, motion passes 5-0.
I guess maybe that should say for September 11th, 2021, so that we know that.
So what?
Maybe we should add September 11th, 2021, so that we know that that was for this year's. Somewhere in the motion.
Well, the people of Coffee County and everybody that comes in really appreciates everything that this board does to help support OK Kids, and we thank you for that.
We appreciate your efforts for OK Kids.
That's fine, good to see you.
Thanks, guys.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'll come back around.
So, do we want to redo that motion, or are we good?
I just added,
Just add it.
Okay.
if you're okay, move to contribute $3,000 for September 11th, 2021 to OK Kids with funds to be paid from the general fund community improvement line item.
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, that works. Just didn't know if I need to reset it.
Thank you, must be questions. We will.
Yeah, always up there. Just figured you had a little extra time.
Yes. I see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we will definitely get that. Yes. Just everything else we need to. I text.
Hmm.
Give him a quick call or line, what else?
Jesse texted him, Andrew's going to see. We thought maybe he just stepped out in the hall, but I'm sure it'll be a minute or two. So, did we get all the budgets approved, basically?
It's,
Yeah, well,
Good morning.
morning.
I would like to request that the commissioners return to executive session for 10 minutes to discuss matters of non-elected personnel, including our attorney Wade Bowie.
Is he available?
He's out in the hallway.
Okay. 10 minutes. Jesse moved.
second.
Don seconded. You said. I heard a voice. I'm making sure it's here. Don seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We'll go in at 9:29. 10 minutes.
I thought that meant we went to the room. They left.
Yeah.
Okay.
You said there was a typo.
Oh, special. I bet that's what it is. Okay, no. You're good there. Let me just sign that. Okay. Yeah.
Should I flip it around? You ready?
Okay, you could.
70s. Okay. This will fire the revenue neutral rate. Both of them had the tax rate ended up last year. So when I take that times the final levy, you get the dollars. And divide by the assessed valuation, I come up with that number. But over here, the same thing, 666. Why did you get the taxes levied should be that times the valuation.
Is this one they said?
Yeah, that's one I got this morning. So if I take that tax rate times last year's levy, you come up with the dollars. I mean, you can't see that, so the dollars divided by the new, just that. Then I do it over here, it's 1666, I don't know which one. Maybe I'll use that number. I guess it really doesn't matter, you're gonna exceed it anyway.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is it. That's the budget.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. Yourself?
Not too bad. So hard.
There you go. Okay, yeah.
I was going to show you some pictures about the other.
Oh, yeah.
Just a handicap spot. So it's,
Mm-hmm.
because I just have, well, they drove for a couple of angles, but that's what that looks like. And those are the worst, but if it's there too, that would give me a turn on as well.
Yeah.
That way, if anyone wasn't on the secret, wasn't nice, and that's how I had it. I was just gonna pass that, unless you want those.
Oh, okay. Well, I would say that's a great talking point. I mean, what we have there, I believe on those, with all that spalling, the only thing you could really do is really just take the concrete out. You could lay asphalt over it, but we'd have to put fabric on it. And then you could put asphalt over the top of that. That'd be an option. Just have to make sure, now on this particular one, I think it would be okay. Just have to make sure drainage, the water continue to be away. Yeah, it just depends on how they want to do it. Asphalt right now, the conversation I'm gonna have with him is, our contractor, is even pulled off from starting the job in August, or starting the job now, so it'd be August before he comes back. So I guess they're extremely busy. So it might not be as quick as we'd like it, but yeah, that's a good one. That definitely needs to be addressed, especially on the handicap side of things. We need to make that basically where they don't have obstructions with their wheelchairs. So.
And then she's probably there at the time, so I could film that bit, so she.
Oh, right.
So I thought, I don't know what kind of liability.
Oh, we would, yeah, we would have liability on that. So, yeah, I think that'd be a good talking point. We can definitely put fabric on it. That's what Andy was talking about here last week, is that little parking space where they park.
Mhm.
Yeah, that one is, we actually put fabric on the joints and we put asphalt over it. So the contractor was near in town and that sort of thing.
No, I did make copies. Do you want these so that you're talking about using?
All right, let's just do it together. I'd like it and see what they want to do. If they want to put it out for like a proposal for bid per se, I'm sure that's what you'd have to do. And I'd say we just work on it together. So, okay, all right.
Thank you.
Mhm. You're just not getting used to them.
Mm-hmm, so yeah, it should be. Maybe that's one. And I only asked for 10 minutes.
Bill, you have a minute?
Hey, how are you?
Good morning, good.
Sure.
On my special bridge, the only thing on that is I would ask if there's, if we continue to build that savings in that account.
Mhm.
I think we did last year too. I believe statutory, I have like 1.5 mil.
Had a statute went away.
Oh, it did.
Yeah, there's no mill levy limitation anymore.
Oh, good, okay. Well, then, mine would be is build me up, I need to build up some money. And this would be the discussion I have with the commission to, because I know we don't spend all of our money.
There was, yeah, down to 7,900,000. No,
700,000.
723.
Yeah.
We had about anything for this year. And we put in here that you're.
Which I have.
Which, not with that.
Well, I got that, going out I have 2 bridges right now that I have, it's gonna be $1 million. So a lot of these things, basically, once I get started, I just need to earmark the money.
See, I just put in there what you had budgeted.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you'll spend all that or not, but.
No, I won't, I mean, you won't see it spent this year, but that money actually could be spent in another year.
I guess what I'm saying is, let's say you spend $1,219,000.
Yeah.
That's what I probably ought to put in there, what you're actually gonna spend, give you 300 more here, and then increase this by saying 300, and give you budget authority to spend that carryover.
Okay.
Because right now, we're saying, oh, you're only gonna carry over that, well, you carry over 300,000 more and spend it, you want that budget authority.
Okay.
So, not knowing exactly what you're gonna spend, we ought to put in here something a little closer to what you actually think you will spend.
I'm gonna have over $1 million that's gonna be coming out, in 2022 on these 2 bridges here. 127, 128.
You got $1,500,000 in the budget now.
Okay.
Trying to leave the mill levy up there kind of where it was, the 220, 290.
How can we do this? I mean, if I can't build up a savings account and the mill is not limited, as far as the mill levy onto, it's not limited.
Actually, special bridge, even though we do a budget, is
Yeah.
not a required budgeted fund.
Right.
So if you go over your budget, it's not a violation. The only reason we budget it is to get the mill levy in here.
But if I could, if I'm gonna be spending, okay, so if I keep doing it that way, that's basically every year, this is what I'm gonna be spending. How can I build up a couple $1 million that I could spend, that's gonna be 2 or 3 years down the road?
Well, you can just simply do it by letting it build up in the fund and not spending.
That's what I'm wanting to accomplish.
So even though, let's say you built this up and at the end of this year, you had $2 million.
Yeah.
And I didn't give you a budget authority to spend it.
I can still
So
spend
you
over
can
it,
still spend over it.
because it's not part of
It's not a
the
required budget.
cash basis law,
I
right?
just need to make sure I catch my auditors and they realize that that's not a budget violation.
Okay, well, where I'm gonna be at is, 127 and 128, I'm gonna have over $1 million for bridge that's gonna go out.
In 22.
22. And then what I need to have is discussion with them, this one is I have over $3 million. It'd be 3 million plus. That's gonna be going on these two bridges, which is 106 and 165. But on those two bridges, that's gonna be at least 3 to 4 years down the road before we get there, because just to do the plans and everything to get to that point, that's where I'm gonna be at.
So will a tax levy of this amount each year give you this
Yes.
savings to build it up?
That's what I'm needing to do.
Okay.
If
So
I
that's
could-
what we're doing, is keeping it at that level. So that will get you there.
and then keep building that up so I'm not returning so much back in my unencumbered fund amount.
Yeah, and that doesn't matter. I mean, really, if you want to see it build up, that's where you ought to be seeing
In the unencumbered fund.
unencumbered funds, because it's going to get spent.
Right.
Whatever.
That's where I just need to be, make sure at the end of
So,
the day.
Any idea what you're spending this year for bridges?
Well, for the bridge and stuff, it's probably, this year?
Yeah.
I don't have, any major ones in plans at this point. It's probably gonna be just, less than 500,000. for the-
So probably what I ought to do is
Same with the doctor.
maybe cut $1 million out of that. And carry over $1.4 million. And then give you budget over here, $2,546,000. This number will not change.
Okay,
You'll see your balance build.
that's what I would need to do. Okay.
That's the hard part about county budgeting is in the year we're in now,
Mhm.
basically we put in what this budget because almost every department, they have the authority to spend the budget.
Yeah.
So we go back. But some departments won't, so we're going to put it in the employee pay here and carry it over.
That's what I'm, yeah,
We just want to make sure we keep that mill rate there. Keep building up.
Yes. Yes. Okay, thank you.
I didn't, we need landfill stuff, did they get that stuff on, for the landfill?
No, they haven't. But then they've changed the rules too, but no, they haven't. We'll get that to you.
Okay,
We'll get that to you. This one,
change the rules on what you got to report on
when I have to submit it.
the, oh, okay. So
Yeah.
it's not being pulled on right now.
No, they changed it so you guys can finish doing the accounting side of it as far as the county budgets.
We got the county side done, so we're ready for that. So,
Okay.
All right.
So yours should be in the report.
Thank you. So this has already been approved, too?
Because they have nothing to do with this.
Okay, right, okay. I think we had to, few of the stuff off on our way back, so. Waiting on the wait, I guess. Dun, dun, dun. Wait on Wade to get back.
Is he aware?
Yes. So we'll run behind again, Wayne. We'll run behind on you.
Oh, okay. I can check, yeah, I can. It won't take me too long.
It won't?
I don't think so. It's just some talking points. I just need to give you some heads up on a few things.
He's got 10 minutes.
No, you can't do it.
Oh, I'm challenged. I'm challenged here, okay. Well, I wouldn't be able to do it if we go into executive session, but,
Well,
which we need to finish up from last week at some point, have some discussion.
I don't want to delay Bobby's situation here, and he's wanting to address, so like I say, kind of wait to rejoin us so we can go back into an executive session.
You want me to pitch until Wade gets here and sit back down?
Sure, you might as well be doing something.
Yeah.
I agree, Bob. Makes the day go by a lot faster.
You might as well be doing something.
Do something. So, mine is to really kind of give you a heads up on a few things. That was the intention initially. And so one is our chipper went down here last week, so we had to rent a chipper. So now on the chipper, it's going to be $2,000 a week. Actually, Jeff done an excellent job. They were wanting $15,000 a month to rent a chipper. Jeff was able to get it down to $2,000 a week. We don't know what the time period, how far it's going to be down, but it has something to do with the emission portion of it, the existing chipper. So that's just a heads up. We went and picked it up already and got going on that one.
Is that the one that went down, brand new one, about 2 years ago?
Well, it's been more than 2 years ago, but yes, it is one of the brand new ones that we got.
Is there no warranty left on it?
No, sir. It's about 5 years, 4 to 5 years is where it's at. Yes, sir. The next one is one of our trucks, it's T76. I had the information on it. It's a Mack truck. And so on that particular one, we're needing to replace the transmission. Now, there is a core charge of $5,320. So, you know, we're going to pay initially up front, but then at the end of it, once they get the core back, the total bill will be $10,426 on T76. So just one of our big 10-wheel trucks. That gets me up to speed where I really need to get information to you on a week. So it looks like I got just a little bit more time. So I'm going to give you just a little bit more here on this.
I like to challenge you.
Yeah, okay, well, thank you.
Keep going, look at y'all on YouTube.
You do that, cut me right off the knees. That I don't have anything after that anyway. So, so 2 bridges. I just visited with Phil a little bit, and I think we've got some headway as far as some budgeting things. There's 2 bridges that we have, 127, 128 that we're working on. So next year probably be the time that we would get that one in place and start building on those. So that's going to be $1 million. It's going to come out of special bridge. The next 2 bridges, and this will be one that's real close to you, Don, is the bridge there at Gridley, or Leroy, I'm sorry, thinking of Bob there. The one there at Leroy, and that is B165. Now that bridge itself, that's a 13-mile detour. Okay, so this is a very important bridge. We have right now a sufficiency rating of 57.8. It was built in 1968. It's the only fracture critical bridge that we have in the county.
Where's that bridge at?
That's the one that just goes straight south of Leroy. You go over it. The one we just done the deck on?
It's done $1 million on it.
The river bridge?
Yes.
The river bridge.
Yeah, that's what you call it, the river bridge. That one there would be something that we need to start putting in the works. Okay, this is going to be over a $2 million bridge. And that's if we don't build basically a chute fly. Okay, if we just replace the bridge itself, it's going to be over $2 million for that bridge. The bridge is 454 feet long. Okay, so once again, it's a very major bridge. It has a sufficiency rating it needs to start looking at. I'm looking at a bridge replacement here about 3-4 years down the road. If we get the plans and everything in place, that would be something that we'd be looking at, but it needs to be looked at for budget for right now. We need to start saving some of that money.
Couldn't really do a shoe fly on that, could we?
The one thing you could possibly do is, and you see it on the state highways, is what they'll do is they'll build actually a temporary bridge right next to it. And so it's one of those metal deck bridges, the screens, metal screens and such as that. It's very expensive to do, but that would be a decision you'd have to make later on, is to say if that's what you're wanting to do or not, because it is a 13-mile detour around it.
But that detour is not a safe detour.
No, it's
That's
not.
absolutely not a safe detour.
Right. So those would be the decisions you'd have to make, but that would increase your cost considerably as well. Hate to shoot a number, but you know, if you add over 200,000, probably what you're looking at is adding that cost to it, adding that extra bridge. But that's an alternative. I mean, that's something we can talk about later, but for right now, it is needing to be discussed as far as budgeting.
I think when that bridge was built, they left the old bridge in place and just moved this new bridge a little bit north. Why can't that be done again? Leave this in place and build a brand new and 5 feet south of it.
That's a possibility
The
too.
street lines up with it good. They have to move it over a little. And then they move it over to the south, that's all timber ground that could be, to me, that's by far the best way versus a year of 13 miles. It's not a safe route.
So, I mean, those are the discussions we'll have as far as the best approach. But to plan for budget, then that's something that we're talking about right now, is to have that discussion. But that is one bridge. The other bridge is the one over on 12th Road, 12 and G. We actually had done the deck on that one as well. This would basically be just east of Gridley. So we're the Gridley intersection, just basically east of it, first bridge east. That one is a 3.7 mile detour as well, and it's about 900,000 approximately right now to replace it. So 2 bridges down the road, couple years, about 3-4 years is what you're looking at, and you're going to be well over $3 million. But if we don't start planning it now, budgeting it now, then we're going to be in trouble, because the sufficiency ratings on these and these particular structures, the one on 12th Road was built in 1963. The one down there south of Leroy is built in 1968. So you're getting structures that are of age, and we need to start looking at them. We need to start working towards that bridge program, start lining out a lot of these big bridges and start replacing them. So, still good. Still good. So, anything you want to talk about? I'm probably okay. The parking lot. You want to talk about the parking lot? We can, on that one is, you see a lot of spalling in that concrete. There's really no way to salvage that concrete. If you did anything to it, this would be the handicap parking. If you did anything to it, you'd do something like what we had done for that parking for Angie, is you could put fabric on top of it and you could put asphalt on top of that. I mean, that's one option. Otherwise, you just basically take the concrete out and then redo the concrete, which is the best and most permanent approach would be to replace the concrete. Just to get you by type approach is you can do the asphalt. And yes, it does last longer, and yes, your parking did last longer. It's because of the fabric on it. Is work with that.
What extra does it cost for the fabric?
I don't have a number exactly, but it would be fairly minimal. What you're going to have though is you're going to have 2 inches of asphalt, which is going to be fairly costly, because you're going to have a small volume and you're going to mobilize them to come in. So you could be talking probably $150, $160 a ton.
Time to go to the other parking lots too, that could do the same thing too.
You could do that as well. You could do a bigger project, and your asphalt price per ton may come down a little bit. But something to think about, what you'd like to do.
There's a big enough area in that, it's all busted up. To me, the concrete probably ought to come out and move back in.
Yeah.
Might cost a little bit more money up front, but it lasts a lot longer.
It will.
There's a pretty good sized area there that's crumbled up, so you know it goes down deep enough that the fabric may not service
Or
purpose.
you'd patch it, would you not?
Well, no, on that one, what you do, either one, you just put the fabric and then put the asphalt on top of it. You remove any loose stuff, but basically that's one approach. The permanent approach is you take the concrete out and then basically put the concrete in. Person can argue and say, well, you're actually spending money to put in something that's temporary patch. Yes, you are. I mean, that's what you're doing.
But the temporary will last a long time. That's not a high traffic volume, it's not high speed, and it's not high weight.
No, it's none of
That
those.
asphalt will last for years and years on there.
The only thing that you're gonna get from that that's gonna really tear it up is basically the sun and the water. And so any type of heating.
That particular area is the flow line for the water to get to
It's
the
a flow
Show
line.
Street, and that's why it's spalled out so much. If water gets in there, it sits in there, freezes.
Because it's pretty flat.
It don't drain very well.
That is the low spot where the flow line is.
So something to think about, but it is basically you're exposing yourself to some risks since it's a handicap parking. And if it's not basically addressed, then you're going to have some potential liability there. So the last one I would have, and I could probably be done, is on the budget side of things. Keep in mind your community planning. That Cook Flat and Strobel is going to be visiting with you. I believe it's on August the 9th. And so if you had some money set aside for that, that would help. Basically starting some of that low-hanging fruit projects, which could be sidewalks, handicap ramps. It could also be, the countywide trail system, things that he's going to visit with you on the 9th. But if you're doing budget and if you actually had set aside some money for community planning, that could help all 6 cities. It might help you later on.
I think Angie had something to add.
I just had a question. I don't know, are they gonna be doing like, is it hot mix or like, there's a little spot over there on the east side that.
For the parking?
Yeah.
It depends on what they're wanting to do. It's the only thing that we can give you as far as the road and bridge side would be any cold mix patching. That's the only thing that we would
There's just a
have.
little spot that could be a trip hazard for people in there.
On the parking lot across
Yeah.
the street? Okay, I'll take a look.
Yeah.
I encourage everybody to lay eyes on it so we can all
Have some more
converse
discussion.
on it, I guess, so.
Okay. So, maybe next week, if we could have more discussion on it, in-depth discussion.
Okay.
But I'm done. I don't want to take Bobby's time, so
You're
He's
fine.
not done.
Huh?
He's not done.
I'm not done.
He's not done.
Sorry.
He's done with
Okay.
that.
I'm done for now.
I'll need to request an executive session with him for non-elected personnel. I don't know when we want to do that. We want to do it now, but we need Wayne.
Okay.
If you guys want to do Bobby, I can wait. Just
Non-related,
Maybe later.
huh?
Getting back to work.
We're set up for the auditor.
It'll be 10 minutes.
10 minutes
Correct.
with Wayne.
Correct.
So, you want to say Wayne,
Well, let me,
okay, sorry.
I was just giving you the,
Yeah, I'm trying to think it a little fast.
I know, but we don't need to go fast. That's smart. Request motion for board to recess into executive session to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel. That's to protect privacy rights of non-elected personnel under the non-elected personnel exception to the Open Meetings Act, KSA 754319B1, 10 minutes myself, Wayne, and the board.
I'll make the motion.
Tim's moved.
Second.
Nancy's taking all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We're going at 10:08,
Oh, yeah, okay. So
10 minutes.
Not too late.
I'm setting my stop.
Stopwatch, what I used last time. Doing that one with one. Doing that one, this one with one.
Yes.
Okay.
So the board. One that you know about.
Whoops, it's start time on that.
Yes. Good.
So, for the old 10 minutes or the new 10 minutes?
Okay. Next year I probably don't have to be here. For some reason I had 9 o'clock for, 9 o'clock on schedule. So Brenda, I don't want to decide some stuff and I'll do this each time or chief of these stuff. So I made these changes already. I mean, the county council went down and costs went up, so in essence it ended up. Yeah, it ended up.
Lower the door.
I think it's that fair.
Yeah.
Improved about 5, 6, 9.
Yeah.
Yes, that's minimal.
2-3 times a day.
That's what
Do you have that breakfast Saturday morning? Yeah.
There, I guess it's gonna be the same. I guess what was this big in lieu of tax back in 2020? How much money did these people
No iron.
That was the third time. Yeah, temperature was up there. Yeah, just sometimes. Seems like wrapping out livestock, so seems like there's always a compact shower for all 5 minutes.
Yeah. That was, could be. Yeah.
Trying to keep on straight.
Hey, this is Bill, is Emily available? Yes.
Wait a minute, what you got?
Yeah, she would. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Thanks. she's gone on vacation.
Oh,
I don't want that. It's like, it was wind farm and something else. I don't know what the other thing was. So without looking at the general ledger, you might, I mean, in the audit, it shows 731 and then it's split out here between, split here between wind farm and whatever that number is. Like 731,000 total. Yeah, 2020 was the auditors. Fund monies. This last week, we received the first half of our, how much was that? Over $24,000 pushed down. That.
We got our first payment yesterday.
Yeah. Then, so it's not use up with it, but we got it anyway.
I got it filled when I'm up here.
Yes. Yeah. 247. Tax revenue. Color, she surely remembers it. Hey, I'm gonna test your memory. On Coffee County, they had that wind farm money, and they had something else for like 483,000 in the taxes, much higher than any other years. And we went back to this. Right, it was 730, it was all wind farm. Okay. And on the budget, she broke it out between 247, that's the wind farm, and the other tax was 483. Everything is all wind farm. Okay. All right. That'll be it, thanks. So I think there's all wind farm money, there's only like 20,000 in the tax, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that.
Probably clean that up on the budget here too, so. It's that ought to be like 20,000, the rest is up there. But it's a little higher than normal. So we did, yeah.
Runs a little bit behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody need a short break? Hey, Bobby, we'll have you come back at round table. Can I text you when we're?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anybody want a short break? Everybody good? We'll go ready for Phil then.
Ready for me?
Yes, sir.
I'll stand here as long as I can.
Morning, Phil, how you doing?
Doing good. I brought the audit report. I'd like to go through it. Try and go as quickly as possible since really didn't have any problems with it, the report. Our opinion letter is on the first 3 pages. Gives a clean opinion on the statutory basis of accounting, which is the same way you keep your books and records. It's basically cash receipts and all the funds. And then on the expense side, it's more of an accrual basis and includes payables at the end of the year. So Kansas allows you to waive out from under general accepted accounting principles, which would mean depreciation, receivables, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And almost every city in Kansas reports under this statutory method. Page 4 and 5 is a spreadsheet of the various funds of the county. It's called statement one. Ahead of the footnotes are called statements. Behind the footnotes are called schedules. But this statement shows that the county was in compliance with Kansas cash basis laws and that you did not encumber any cash balances that were not available. So if you see any negative numbers in that fifth column there where it says any incoming cash, that would mean you spent more than cash was available, but that did not happen. So you were in compliance with one of the main statutory laws of the state of Kansas. You can look at those at your leisure later. We're going to see some of these same balances when we go through the budget, so I'm not going to dwell on them. Page 6, beginning of the footnotes, footnote number 1 is the longest footnote, tells you what policies are being followed in preparation of the statements. On page 8, there's 4 bullet points for the budgetary calendar there. That budgetary calendar is only if you don't go through the revenue neutral process, which you're going to be going through. And basically, that extends that out to, you can't have the hearing before August 20th and then be done by September 20th. So those dates get extended in that process. The paragraph right below would make a statement in the last sentence. There's no such budget amendments for this year. Had you had any amended budgets, we'd have to point out which funds have been amended, so nothing to report there. Over on page 9, footnote number 2, stewardship, compliance, and accountability. Statement 1, which we already talked about, shows you're in compliance with the cash basis laws. Schedule 1, which will be right behind these footnotes that we'll glance at, shows that you did not overspend your budget, so you are in compliance with Kansas budget laws. Footnote number 3 talks about deposits and investments, the rules there. Over on top of page 10, we disclose what your balance was of the deposits. The whole gist of that footnote is to make sure that you have a procedure in place to monitor your cash balances so that anytime you have more than $250,000 in a financial institution, which the FDIC insures, you get pledged securities back that that financial institution owns. And if they should fail, you sell those securities at market value and restore the public's money. So you were fine there. We just give you the numbers at the end of the year. But we also look at that during the year to make sure any peak balances are covered. And the banks do a pretty good job of self-monitoring themselves too. They know the rules that the cities have to follow in the counties. So they do a pretty good job making sure their securities are adequate to the entity for the amount of money that's in their institution. Footnote number 4, disclosure of any operating leases. You have a little postage machine lease that goes on out into 2021. Footnote number 5, talking about the CAPERS plan. Very last sentence on page 10 shows that you contributed $701,604 into the CAPERS plan for your employer share of the employees you have. And over on page 11 at the top of the page, you've all heard over in the news for years that CAPERS is underfunded. So every 3 years, the state does an actuarial study based on the number of employees your county has, their pay rates, the expected increases, the return on investment of the CAPERS fund, a whole bunch of assumptions. And they say that your share of the underfunded liability at the end of 2020 was $6,712,934. So not that they expect you to write a check for that, but if these were full GAAP statements, we'd be recognizing that as an expense over the years. We'd have a payable of $6 million. So since it's not in statutory basis statements, it has to be disclosed. And again, the state gives us all those numbers and they update it every year, and then every 3 years they actually do their study.
Is there any improvement in following that the last year or two that continue to get worse?
You know, I'd have to look back and see, it'd be in the previous audit reports too, what that number was, what it was last year. I don't know, I didn't go back and compare, so. But on number 6, talking about basically vacation, sick leave, what your policy is, and at the top of page 12, we estimated the liability for vacation pay that your employees have earned but not taken, and that would have quantified out at the end of last year at $286,381. So, and we don't accrue anything for sick leave because you don't vest in that right. In other words, if you up and quit, you don't get paid sick leave, you lose it. So if you continue to work, you get paid as you go along. Vacation pay, they've earned it. It will be paid to them at some point in time. But on number 7,
increased by 1.4 million this year.
You went up?
Up 1.4 million.
Well, they didn't do a very good job investing.
They didn't do a very good job investing.
I don't know how you can miss it last year. Well, last year there was some ups and downs, I guess. The year before wasn't bad. Maybe it'll be better next year. Economic Development Loan Program, you can see the activity there.
had a deferred payment on one and waive 50% of the loan balance. Oh, I think that's the Coffee County Health System, what you've done there. Risk management, and footnote number 8, you have to disclose how you handle your exposure to risk. You do so by purchasing various insurance policies, and you have an employee benefit fund that you deposit money into and contract with somebody to be the claims supervisor, and have a stopgap policy. Municipal landfill, which we do a separate little audit report for municipal landfill. It's not done yet because we don't even have the numbers yet. They kind of extended back what the deadline is. I talked to Wayne about that. He's going to try and get me all the reports and such, but basically disclosure that you got a landfill out there and there's some obligations, out there somewhere, post-closure costs. I think last year you started funding that post-closure liability, so you'll see that in the budget when we go through. Summary of significant contingencies, mainly just talking about the COVID outbreak and who knows what the results of operations might be, how they might be affected. Footnote number 11, talking about economic dependency in the power plant here in the county that approximates almost 85% of your valuation. Interfund transfers are laid out there for you on that page, page 14. So if it's of interest to you on what fund transfer to what, it's all laid out there for you. And lastly, subsequent events, we didn't have anything that we felt needed to be disclosed after the end of 2020 up until the date of the report. So nothing there to disclose. Page 15 is that budget and actual schedule, shows that you underspent your published budget, so you had no budget violations. And then the rest of the statements on back through the end of the report, I won't go through, actually not through the end of the report, but through page 69 are individual fund statements. The first column shows the 2019 activity. The second column shows the 2020 activity compared to the line item budgets for 2020. So you can kind of compare the 2 years as far as income and expenses and see any trends or anything that might look out of the ordinary. We were just visiting, look on page 16, down about 7 or 8 lines where it says in lieu of tax. Prior year was 18,025. Actual this year is 731,142. In lieu of tax is about 16 grand of that. The rest of that's a wind farm pilot money. And back in 2019, it didn't get brought in, so it got doubled up in 2020. So that's why that number shoots up so high, up to 731 when it's normally around 250. We'll see those numbers when we go through your budget. Page 70, 71, 2, 3, 4 are agency funds. You have a multitude of agency funds. Of course, the county collects tax funds for many tax-paying districts and then pays it out to them. So this just shows the activity that's in the system. And over on the last page, page 73, you see some significantly high cash balances. One of them being the current tax, which naturally you collect most of your tax money in December when they're due, and then that gets distributed out in January. So that's why you see such a high balance there. And that's a reason to have pledged securities. That's probably one of your peak balances is in December. Page 74, we reconcile the 19 tax roll that got collected in 2020. We show there the county clerk's abstract of the taxes levied certified to the state, any additions and abatements. And then we look at the treasurer's accounting to see what happened. We show the current tax collections, the uncollected amounts. I think it's some magic date in October somewhere. Some of these have probably been collected since then, but we mainly reconcile to make sure what the county clerk set out there for assessments either got collected or is being dealt with as uncollected. So that did reconcile. New this year is page 75 through almost the end of the report. Anytime you expend more than $750,000 in federal money, you're required to have what's called a single audit. We pick programs, for example, if you see your on page 75, you see the spark money. That wasn't much. There's one where the coronavirus relief, I guess it was spark money. Even though it passed in the state of Kansas, it's federal money, and that was $1,789,000. So that alone makes you have to have a single audit. Almost all our municipalities, counties especially, got more than $750,000. It's not what you receive, it's what you spend.
but we show the receipts and the disbursements. And what you have to do is there's compliance supplements out there. We have to do separate compliance auditing on that program and look at internal controls and compliance on the county as a whole, and then look at the same internal controls and compliance at the level of the grant. So this schedule shows all your grant money, which was quite a trick to find it all, because you ask people, did you get any federal money? No. Well, when you look at it, that's federal money. It just didn't look like it. So everything has a CFDA number attached to it. So hopefully we worked with your staff and got all the monies together and show them here. And then our reports on all that are on page 77, 78, 79, and 80. The first report's really at the county level. The second report's the compliance and internal control at the grant level. And we had no findings there to report, no non-compliance there to report, which is good and unusual. Sometimes we find some deficiencies there. Sometimes you don't know exactly what you're supposed to do administering the grants and all that, but you did a fine job. Page 81 basically summarizes everything I just said. Since you have a single audit, we have to put in a summary that says, for financial statements, internal control, for financial reporting, no weaknesses identified. The federal awards, nothing was identified. No disclosures that are required to be reported under Code of Federal Regulations. And we identify the fund, which is when you select a fund over 750,000, you have to audit the funds over 750,000. Unless you reach a threshold of, I think it's 60% now of your total, which that one fund exceeded that. You have to pick enough funds to where you get over 60% of your federal money. So the one fund did it all, so we had just one major program. The threshold, like I was talking about, was 750,000. Auditee qualified as a low-risk auditee. Doesn't mean you're risky. It just means that, number one, you haven't had a single audit in any of the prior 3 years. And this being a statutory basis audit report, it's not a GAAP audit report. That kicks you out of being a low-risk auditee. So it means different things than what the words mean just as a reader of the financial statement. And then page 82, nothing to report on prior findings because we didn't have a single audit in the prior year. There's a unbound letter in the front of the report. It's a letter of presentation between auditor and those in charge of governance, the full county commission here. And under qualitative aspects of accounting practices, we just want to point out that no new accounting policies were adopted. Application of existing policies was not changed during the year. And we noted no transactions entered into by the county for which there's a lack of authoritative guidance or consensus. Difficulties encountered in performing the audit, nothing to report there. If we did have trouble with the records, maybe not reconciled or up to date or anything like that, we'd be required to report to you in writing so you could do your oversight responsibilities to rectify the situation. Corrected and uncorrected misstatements, any audit adjustments, and that's on the third page. If you want to glance at it, you can. Those have already been put into your system. Not much. There's some COVID wages, taking them out of a liability account and switching to expenses. Just a little cleanup, not much. So basically, it tells me that whatever interim financial statements you looked at during the year last year, I think you could rely on them to be materially correct. So because we didn't have many adjustments at the end of the year. Top of the next page, no disagreements with management to report. That would have to be reported in writing. Management representations, that letter's attached in the back. It's several pages long. Just a lot of narrative that's required to consider. And if any of these things in this direct letter apply to you that might need to be in the audit report, we just want to make sure that gets in there. That letter is signed off on by the main people we deal with, treasurer and the county clerk, and it's required that we get that before we release the report, which we got that the other day. So you can read that at your pleasure. It's a good thing to read to put you to sleep if you have trouble. Management consultation with other accountants, that did not occur. If it did, we just need to give them any information we had so they could render a knowledgeable opinion. So that's the quick version of the audit report. I know you just got it, so if you have any questions later, I'd like to try to answer. Probably your staff can answer them first before I can anyways. So I'll be glad to take some questions if you find any.
Anybody have anything? Okay, I'll have to digest in a few minutes, but.
Yeah.
We'll,
It's hot off the press, so I know you haven't had a chance to look at it.
Still warm.
Yeah. Even warmer is your budget. I had the county, your approved budget request that you have, and basically, things have really gotten slowed up this year because of all the money out there and having to do the single audits on your county, for example. It takes another day or two to do those required things. You put that in with all the other audits you have to do. It's hard to get it done before budget time. So we got the county's audit numbers, which show up in the first number of the budgets that we're going to see. And then we have got your requests and put those in there, and I'll go through those with you. But before we get into that, I'll preface with a couple of things. We've been under state tax lid law for a number of years, and up until this year, the law did change. Up until this year, for a number of years, the tax lid law basically said you can't levy any more than you levied last year, except if you need more for exempt functions like fire, police, ambulance, you can levy additional money for that without having to go to a vote of the people. If you had new improvements, new assessed valuation in the county, that was an automatic increase to your revenue stream. And then there was a consumer price index factor that would allow you to increase your taxes over the prior year, like kind of last year's 1.8%. Not every municipality took advantage of all those automatic increases. I think maybe you can forego some of that CPI index. So that's just a new tax lid number that you could have levied without a vote of the people. Well, this year, the tax lid law changed again and basically says you can't levy any more tax dollars than last year, period, unless you want to go through a revenue neutral rate hearing process, which I believe that's what you decided to do. Couple of reasons to do that, not necessarily that you want to raise the mill rate on anybody, but if you have an increase in valuation, which you have a significant increase in valuation, mainly due to state assessed property shot up, you couldn't capture any tax dollars for that under the new tax lid law. You can only levy what you levied last year. It doesn't matter what your assessed valuation is. So by going through the revenue neutral rate process, you could actually levy the same mills as you levied last year, but you have to go through the process. What they did is they took the dollars that was levied in last year's budget for 2021. I say they, the county clerk does that. They take the dollars levied in 21, divide it by the new assessed valuation, and they come up with what they call a revenue neutral rate. If you look on page 26, the second to the last page of your budget, down in the far right-hand column, you see a kind of an italicized number, 47.087 mils. That's your revenue neutral rate. Off to the left, you see a number 51,244. That was your mill levy rate last year for the year in right now. It looks like a 4 mil decrease. Well, it's because your assessed valuation went from 571 million up to 622 million. So when you divide the same dollars by a bigger denominator, you get a lesser mill rate. So this budget was prepared, and this is the first draft of the budget, but you see right above there, 52.308 mils. I went through all your budget requests and I put in here in your budget, and that levy is exactly what it was for 2020, the same mills, 52.308, if you see that off to the left-hand side. So that's our starting point. And since it's over the 47, you got to go through the revenue neutral rate hearing process. Now, you can levy a lesser dollar amount. You get done, you can cut it back, whatever you want to do, but you go ahead and go through the process just in case for another reason also. If you decide, well, I'm good, I want to live at that 47 mils and this assessed valuation, I'm good with that. Well, if something happens between now and November when the tax roll was actually completed, maybe somebody made a big error and they take away valuation, then you have to levy the 47 mils. So by going through the revenue neutral rate hearing process, you're assuring yourself it'll be these dollars levied. And if they mess up the assessed valuation, whoever, and there's already been some changes, not necessarily here, but in other counties, like some of the wind farm money went away that had an evaluation. It should have been in there. Evergy had a correction. So that's another reason to go through the process. even if you wanted to levy the same as what the revenue neutral rate is, if something should happen and it actually went down lower than that, you assured yourself that you get the dollars that you need for your budget. So a little bit of a complicated process, a few more hoops to jump through when you get done. I think right now we have this hearing set for you for August 30th. You'd actually have a revenue neutral rate hearing process and hear any public opinion on that. You would close that meeting and pass a resolution that I intend to exceed the revenue neutral rate of 47 mills, and we're going to levy whatever we end up doing. And you pass a resolution and sign that. And that document goes with the budget on up the line. And then you have your budget hearing, which is basically the same thing. Set the mill levy then. So it's a little bit of a process to go through. Okay, now that I've probably confused everybody, let's go back through your budget and point out a few things. When I said this was hot off the press, I had it about all done Friday and then realized that the rural fire has a little bit of assessed valuation in Osage County, and I didn't have that valuation thing. County clerk was gone by then, so she emailed it to me about 4:08 this morning. I got it worked into here. Look on page 6 is the beginning of your general fund. All these funds we look at, the first column is going to be your 2020 activity. It should agree with the audit report. 2021, that's the year we're in right now. So the revenues there, the ad valorem tax, we know what we assessed last year in ad valorem tax, and we know what kind of delinquency rate you're running. So that times a small delinquency rate, you should collect around 30. The motor vehicle tax down through watercraft taxes, county treasurer gives us those estimates each year, so that those numbers are pretty much given to us. And then on down the line, some other things like interest on tax. You can see in 2020 you collected 69,000. I don't know exactly what it'll be this year. We backed it off just a hair because it seems to be down a little bit this year. Officer fees, I think we always budgeted around 130. We've been collecting a little more than that, but I like to be a little conservative on the income side, so we make sure we have enough income to cover expenses that you're certainly going to have. Down towards the bottom of page 6 in that first column, you see that wind farm pilot money, 247,158. I need to go back and correct that because that 483 number's got about that much wind farm pilot money in it. So that in lieu of taxes, IRB line should be around 16 or 20,000. I need to go back and get the detail. Between the two lines, it's not going to change in total, but I need to clean that up before you pass the budget. And again, in 2020, you brought in 2 years of wind farm money because it didn't get brought in 2019. So it's usually around the 235,000. Next page, page 6A is the expense side of the general fund. It's by department in total. So if you flip on over to the following page, you start looking at the various departments. And again, 2020 is what actually got spent. 2021 basically is what was budgeted. And then 2022 are the department requests that were sent to us to put into your budget. So hopefully all these numbers in the 22 column should agree with numbers you've already looked at and approved. You can kind of glance down through there. And again, we get all said and done. You know, you may not finalize this today. You've got till you're going to have your meeting August 30th, so it's going to be published 10 days prior to that. So you've got another several weeks here to finalize this. So, but you should be able to see those budgeted amounts that are in your budget. Over on page 6C, you see page 6C at the bottom and off the left, that's page 7C. I fixed that a little bit ago, and sometimes the numbering system gets messed up. But what I wanted to point out on page 6C is up there under county counselor, the second department. We didn't have their request when I printed this out, but I got it this morning. It was 60,624 in place of 64,193. So I'll be making that change. So if you're comparing to your budget request, we'll get that change in there. The 8,450 will be the same. The next page, 6D, I did not have any changes on it. other than page number thing. And then on page 6E, down at the bottom where it says CASA, C-A-S-A, I had 7,000 there, that's supposed to be 10,000, so I've got that correction now that will be reprinted when you get back. And then over on page 6F, those two little changes I made, I'll just put it in the community improvement line. In place of $2,170,000, it'll actually go up $569 for those two things. But in total, the general fund number is not going to change. So if you go back quickly to page 6A, page 6A, down at the very bottom right-hand corner, you see the tax required, $14,695,913. If you go back to the previous page, page 6, and up at the top, second line down, you see what was levied last year, $13 million plus the delinquent tax. So the levy in the general fund, the taxes in the general fund went up a little bit. Could be some of the other funds went down. But that's kind of the comparison you need to make with the funds, is look at the tax levy compared to what it was last year, for example. So if you wanted to cut the mill levy that's being proposed, you certainly can do so if you want to cut some budgeted line items somewhere. That'll be something you'll have to decide. Page 7, Road and Bridge, actually page 7A. Road and Bridge started out 2020 at $1,257,000. Ended up at $1,562,000. We showed the taxes levied there in that middle column, $4,865,000. And if you follow that down to the bottom of the next page, we're levying about $4,865,000 for ad valorem tax, trying to keep that tax levy the same. I visited Wayne about his budget in the 21 column, and the 22 column, in page 7A, and he said that was adequate to fund his department. So basically, the taxes being levied for Road and Bridge stay the same. While we're on Road and Bridge, let's talk about Special Bridge at the bottom of page 14. Mind skipping forward just a little bit. Wayne was talking to you a little bit ago about bridge work and some upcoming huge expenses here in the next 2 or 3 years on a couple of bridges. In the middle column there on Road and Bridge, well, let's look at the first column. First column, you had $1,478,000, and it got spent down to $723,000. Last year when I was here, we budgeted $2,290,000 in taxes, so that's almost $1,008,000 more in Special Bridge because of these bridge projects coming up. Down below in the 2021 column, that $2,600,900 is what was budgeted for 2021. Wayne wants to be able to build up some money in this fund to pay for that $3+ million bridge project 2 or 3 years out. So where it says $1,519,000, that was what was budgeted. He said he'd probably not spend barely over $500,000. So I'm going to take that $1 million off of there, and that'll show $1 million more in the right-hand column on beginning cash. It'll show $1,427,266, and then down below where I have a budget of $1,546,000 for capital outlay, I'll drop in that extra $1 million. The Special Bridge Fund is not a required budgeted fund. So if for some reason I don't give him enough budget authority and he saves cash and wants to spend it, he can. He doesn't have to worry about exceeding the budget. The only reason it's shown here is to get a tax levy for the fund. So I need to catch my auditors and make sure they don't write you up for a violation of this fund if they ever do, because it's not a required budgeted fund. So that will allow him to build up the cash in that Special Bridge Fund for one of those out years, maybe next year or the year after. They don't have to spend that $3 million. And he thinks that if we can keep the levy at $2,290,000, that should give him sufficient funds to build that up. So that's basically the same as last year. Back on page 8, backing up a little bit, ambulance fund, the appropriations. So you can see the numbers there, levying $993,000, last year $994,000. You get some other tax monies that come in, motor vehicle taxes, things like that. Those type of taxes come into the tax levying funds based on the prior year tax levy. So like Road and Bridge or Special Bridges tax levy went up last year, and probably came out of some of the other funds, so it'll get a bigger piece of the motor vehicle taxes in the following year. But the budget as presented here should be sufficient to give them their appropriation that you'd approve. Conservation district down below. And again, you know, I look at the bottom right-hand corner, how many taxes are we levying? Then I look at that top middle column, second line down, make sure it's comparable to last year, unless you have a cut in expenses, it ought to be at least what it was last year, very comparable. Economic development, top of page 9, same way. I'll put the budget in there. If they don't spend it, they'll carry it over. It's not been carrying a very big cash balance, so it usually gets spent. Employee benefit fund at the bottom of the page. Trying to keep the tax levy there. Last year it went down, but it looks like we need to hit kind of in between what it was in 20 and 21 to keep that fund balance up there, because it went down. Well, it's projected to go down in 21 because we levied less dollars in there. We didn't need that many dollars, but now we need to stick some back in there. Probably in the middle column, we might have over, we used to call it over budgeted, or maybe you may not spend 2.6 million on health insurance, for example. So hopefully that cash will carry over. So just trying to keep the taxes levied sufficient to carry that fund, because, you know, if you get a humongous health insurance increase or something like that, you're a year and a half out before you get the taxes in to cover things like that. So this fund, we want to make sure has an adequate cash carryover balance. Top of page 10, Extension Council Health on the bottom of the page there. And again, some of these funds, like the health fund down at the bottom, if they have any buildup of extra funds, a lot of times they'll go ahead and transfer to their equipment reserve fund. So that's always an option for them to decide later. Page 11, you got the Historical Society and the Hospital Maintenance Fund at the bottom. We've increased the budget authority there and increased the taxes there up to $2,013,000 compared to a little under $1 million last year. So I think you would need some more funding for that situation. Top of page 12, your library and appropriations of the various libraries, benefits down below. It's pretty much in and out, straightforward. Mental health at the top of page 13. In 2021, we wanted to separate out the mental wellness from mental health fund and put it in its own fund. So you see a $300,000 appropriation there in 21, and that was to separate out funds. So we'll see in another fund over here in a little bit. Intellectual disability down at the bottom. Not much change there. Noxious weed at the top of the next page.
Can you wait on this one, Phil? Todd's coming up. He wants to be a part of this conversation.
Okay. So Special Bridge, we already talked about that one. Mental wellness is on the next page. So though you'll see the, we had 300,000 in the mental health fund in 21. It'll get spent, and then in 22, we want it in its own separate fund. So the tax levy will move out of mental health fund over to mental wellness. And that way you can keep separate tabs on how you spend those funds. Page 16, special alcohol program, Parks and Rec, a little alcoholic liquor tax money, and then budget to spend it whenever. Special noxious weed, been transferring some money from the noxious weed fund there to build up an equipment reserve fund. Emergency telephone down at the bottom. Again, it's not a tax levying fund, but just make sure that monies are sufficient there to cover everything. It looked like it was in fine shape. Tourism on the next page, solid waste. Jacobs Creek, top of page 19. And then page 20, 21, 2, 3, 4 are all non-budgeted funds of the county. And so all we show here is what the 2020 activity was. And that's in the audit report also, but they're not budgeted. Page 25 is rural fire. Rather than go through rural fires, build a separate budget. Separate, I mean, this is the number that's in the rural fire budget. So they wanted a budget of $1,100,091, and that raises their mill levy a little bit above the revenue neutral rate. So they'll go through the same process as you. So you'll have the combination of the two hearings. Get the budget authority for them. And then again, lastly, on page 26, you see the final result of what you're showing here. Second from the right-hand column at the bottom, you see the ad valorem tax levy, 32,846,000. If you went to the left and down, it says total tax levy, 29,289,000. So the difference between those two numbers is about 3,557,000 in more tax dollars levied in this budget. But your valuation went from 571 to 622. Your valuation went up 50,543,000. So basically, a lot of those tax dollars are coming because you have more assessed valuation. A lot of it was state assessed. Some of it was real estate went up $1 million. Oil and gas went up 500,000. State assessed went up 8 million. So in order to capture the dollars that needs to be used for servicing that property, that's why it shows a little bit more mill levies. Every mill, valuation 622,195 and 545. So every mill is 622,195. So I'll give you a number there to look at. Back on page 14, on noxious weed, I guess we can talk a little bit before he gets here. There in the middle column, you got a budget of 555,000. I think maybe he might be having more cash than the budget authority, but I need to explain to him, and maybe it's not taking into consideration any of these reimbursed expenses that might be showing up in income up above. In the budget, we show it as a negative expense. So if he's got a budget of 555,000, he can spend that plus whatever reimbursements he gets. So I think he probably had more budget authority to spend than what he thought he had.
You said he was coming?
Yes.
So basically, he has his budget. As he sells the chemicals, he gets the money reimbursed from that. He gets the budgeted amount plus
that.
plus what
Yeah.
his sales are.
Yeah.
Or his accounts receivable.
Yeah. So the way we show this budget, like in the middle column, we've netted out 150,000 of reimbursements. But he probably goes out there and says, "Oh God, I spent 700,000." Well, that's okay, because you need to. His reimbursement shows up here in income on his financials. We show it as a negative expense on the budget. Could show it up there in this case. A lot of times in the general fund, departments get reimbursements, so it kind of stretches each department budget. We could probably actually show that up in the income here and give them a higher budget authority, doesn't change the tax levy any. So I think, hopefully that's where the confusion is. Probably what I ought to do is just change that reimbursed expense line rather than a negative. Well, I'll probably have to leave it that way for 2021. Otherwise, this budget template flags you whenever you go over the budgets. You have to show the reimbursements there and expenses so you don't go over the budget. But for 22, well, we didn't even show any reimbursed expense in 22. So if he gets it, he'll be fine. So I guess it's okay. In the audit report on a fund like this, it show his expenses compared to budget, and then we do a budget credit line item at the bottom. Get what the terminology is. Anyway, it extends his budget authority by the reimbursements received. So a lot of expenses he has is turn around and reselling the chemicals. So that can go up or down. So I know you probably have some projects coming up, maybe community improvement and such. So like I said, first pass in the budget, we just tried to leave the mill levy what it was 2 years ago. Barely what it was above last year. But if you want to see the mill levy go down, which That's what everybody looks at, but really you shouldn't be looking at the mill levy, you need to be looking at dollars levy.
I don't like lowering mill levies.
Well, but if you do,
It's just
then,
trouble.
okay, like, then you set your tax base down. And then, you know, the expenses you can have in road and bridge and special bridge, and you got some major things coming up, so probably wouldn't be very smart to lower. It's hardly any change on any of the existing taxpayers. It's because of the state assessed valuation that went up and some of the other new stuff that come in that's paying the tax dollar increase.
And 90% of the increase is in our energy and our railroads and our
Yeah.
pipelines.
Yeah.
95% of it was in it there. We don't want to penalize them, but when the opportunity's there, we need to. We need to continue to build for what we don't know down the road.
Correct. If you don't do it this way, then they get a little bit of a windfall.
Well, a number of years ago, I don't, that's before I was even involved at all, that tax base, or valuation base dropped by 50 or 70 million dollars.
And it's
I
likely.
don't think that don't put a hammer to it.
Yeah, it's likely to decrease next year. I'm not sure why state assessed went up. Everybody's state assessed went up this year. I don't know what causes that.
We lost over 80 million in 3 years. Boom, boom, boom. Before moving into the state, had a conversation with them. So, well, that's just the way it is. But the next year came back and it's been respectable since then. But if we hadn't said anything, a good chance it would have kept on going down.
It's funny how you say something, it turns around. Funny when you say something, it turns around.
If nothing to do about it, they turned it around.
Jared, while we're waiting, I might have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
More for transparency and then two, to maybe help the board in making decisions later on down the road. One, just for transparency, this new tax law and hearings, to your knowledge, how many other counties are actually going over and actually having these hearings?
All of them that I do.
I just want the public.
Number
to be
one,
aware.
like I said, number one, you have a revenue neutral rate of 47 mils, whatever it is. I mean, you want to guarantee your dollars, not your mill levy rate. If for some reason somebody finds a big mistake between now and November and the assessed valuation goes down and you got to levy 47 mils, you're going to get less dollars than what we budgeted to spend. So it just doesn't work. It's almost everyone that was going through the process just to be safe.
And I just wanted that so people understand that Coffee County isn't unique in this.
Right. No, it's not. No.
Okay. Second question I have for you, the COVID money that was received by the county last year, is that, maybe you mentioned it, I didn't hear it, is that something that is a part of this audit or the?
Yeah, we did a single audit because you had such a high threshold of COVID dollars received. We don't have to really budget for that, because if you get monies like that, again, it's like reimbursed expense, it automatically stretches your budget authority. Some people put it in a wholly separate fund. I think maybe you ran it for the general fund, that's fine. But if you go over your published budget, you can extend it by the grants received, so. And you'll continue to get that kind of money this year, maybe not to that extent, but we'll be getting some.
And then the last question, and this maybe is the more important one that needs to be discussed, and for the board's edification is, as you may or may not be aware, there's discussion about a new jail that potentially could turn into a new justice center. And I think the common theme and discussion is that maybe there might be money in special reserves that could cover that type of facility, and at least the preliminary tag on that that's been presented by the architect is somewhere in the neighborhood of $25 million. So for Coffee County to consider that type of, I don't think there's 25 million in special reserve. how would you as the auditor recommend to this board and how to maybe plan for the future if that is the idea, or if they need to consider some other way?
Yeah, Andy and I talked about that briefly. Look over on page 6F, and down there towards the bottom under operating transfers. Typically, we're not budgeting for any of those, but typically when you get down towards the end of the year, if you've done a pretty good job with your general fund and underspent the budgeted line items, you might have funds available to transfer to various places. And in 2020, you can see where you did transfer. 21, you don't see any numbers there, but we probably have it up above in some other line item. Community improvement, maybe there's a big jump there. But anyway, what I wanted to point out was I did add a line item there for special law enforcement center fund and just stuck 500,000 in there in the right-hand column, which that's a drop in the bucket for 25 million. But you do have other funds that could be tapped, I guess, a little bit on page 20 on some of these non-budgeted funds. You got a special capital improvement fund there, there's 8 million in it. I don't know if it's earmarked for something else. You've got on page 21, the second column, you got community improvement reserve has 4 million in it. Risk management's got probably way more in it than needed. It could be used, so you have some funds maybe to come up with half of it at least.
Does it need to be designated in a certain way in the budget so that it's earmarked for now and then into the future?
It'd be nice to do that. I got 500,000 in there. Those other funds that I just talked about aren't budgeted funds, so I'm really no place to put it in the budget if we use those funds. But certainly if you got down to the end of 21 or even the end of 22 and you had sufficient funds that you could transfer money into this special law enforcement fund, reserve fund, which is a non-budgeted fund, start building it up there. And if the other funds that I talked about, if you want to transfer out of there over this fund so you see exactly what you got built up, that'd be fine.
What do you think would be enough for in that risk management fund?
You're better.
6 million, we could probably take 4 out of it.
Yeah.
We moved it up to 10 though because of the unknown risk in the health department, if I remember correctly.
We did,
Moved it
but,
up to 10 just to really unknowns.
and then we spoke with, the, Gallagher. And they had told us that we asked worst case scenario, absolute worst case scenario, all of our employees got sick. He said more than likely, the most we would really need is 6 million. So we could take that for.
Pull 4 out. There's funds that are sitting there in different places.
And with planning, in a few years, we could probably have enough. Pay
And
for it.
you could leave it in that fund, just knowing that there's some excess available and move it later if necessary, or leave it there until.
Yeah, it's not harming where it's at right
No,
now.
not harming where it's at.
When we put it in, we knew that it was potentially some of it could come out.
I see Todd made it.
Good morning.
Todd,
You noxious weed?
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't sure what your questions
come on,
was.
Todd.
On budgets, I'll just point out, and I don't know if you considered it, but when we give you a budget authority to spend, like in 21, I think it's like 555,000. If you get reimbursed from reselling chemicals, that automatically extends your budget.
Correct.
So you have more budget authority, so.
That is correct. My concern is, in 2020, I had to carry over $177,936, which represents over 25% of my budget.
You had to carry over. But noxious weed, at the end of 20, you had 455,000.
But there's a budgeted carryover set by the auditor that I have to carry over at the end of the year.
Yes and no. I'm the auditor.
He
We try to estimate what we think your carryover will be and then try to give you enough mill levies to fund everything. So
So
yeah,
that
it's a good
number
idea.
is not set in
Not
stone?
set in stone, no.
Okay, because I carried over that $177,000, which made it where I couldn't purchase my year-end chemicals like I normally do. So.
At the end of 2020?
So if you will notice in my commodity budget, or at the end of the year, we only spent $200 and some thousand on chemicals. And that's because we didn't have that big purchase at the end of the year.
See, I'm showing you carried over 455,000. That's way in excess of 177 needed, so I'm not sure where that number comes from.
So are you talking cash versus budget?
I'm talking cash, yeah.
Okay,
I think
so,
cash.
and I'm talking budget.
Okay.
So I guess we need to get clear on this. Since that number's not set in stone, I could have made my year-end purchases last year as usual because we've got plenty of cash, right, to carry over.
Should be able to, yeah. I can look back at the 20 budget right quick. So in 2020, your budget was 545,000.
See, I don't even agree with that. Because the budget that I turned in and had approved was for 640,000 with $490,000 in county support and the other $150,000 from the sale of the chemicals.
I'm showing the reimbursements as a negative expense, which brings it down.
Okay.
So if you
Okay.
have that back,
Okay.
you're at 695.
Okay.
And that's what you can spend.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. We're in agreement on that.
So you may likely spend more in 21 knowing that you can spend that cash carryover.
Okay, I think that's just where we needed clarification that we're talking cash versus budget.
Mhm.
So I saved the 177,000 some odd dollars out of the budget because I thought that's where the carryover had to come from.
Not a bad idea, but
Well,
You could have
it
saved some,
it kind of put me in a little bit of a hurt because now we're running, with less than what we normally
so
have.
like in 2021, I think these are the amounts you had budgeted for 21. And so that's a 555, but if you had that, you got a $705,000 spending authority here.
Okay,
So the budget shouldn't keep you from spending. What's gonna keep you from
Okay.
spending is cash. And
we've got plenty in cash already that I won't have to worry about as long as I'm within the parameters of my budget.
so the
I
end
don't
of
have to worry about
22,
the
we'd like to
transfer.
have you have that much in your cash balance.
Okay,
And then that plus the tax money comes in will fund this stuff. And I don't even have the reimbursements in there, so that'll be a little cushion.
right, okay. So we're already at 400 and some thousand dollars carryover in cash. And so I don't anticipate spending any of the cash that's in there, so that won't be a problem. Only question that I have, like right now, is that we've already had a transfer. Is this particular figure going to hurt my 20?
I've got it embedded in there to the
Okay, so-
noxious weed fund, to the special noxious weed fund, 65,000.
So I'm not sure what that is.
Have I transferred 65,000 to the special noxious weed fund already? It's, see, it's, I don't know what the headings are.
Well-
It's, okay, it's budgeted, but hadn't been done yet. That's in the budget. If at the end of the year you got excess cash,
Okay,
you
so
want to put
this is
some over there for later.
to transfer into my noxious weed capital outlay fund.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's just sitting there, Todd.
It's just sitting there,
Hasn't been done yet.
it's not an actual expense. Okay, so that clears that up too.
It will be an expense, but it hadn't been.
But it may not be that amount or
Or yeah, it could be higher if you
it
want.
could be. Okay.
If you,
Or we could not do it at all.
or you're not doing it at all,
Right.
whatever you want.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Once it gets over in that fund, then you don't have to worry about budget authority. All you do is worry about what cash you got.
okay.
Then you can buy those big pieces of equipment you gotta do every once in a while.
Right,
It's kind of hard to do out of an annual budget.
it is. And we've got plenty in there for now, for that as well. So, I guess then that's pretty much answered all the questions that I had. I want to make sure that the commissioners were all aware that my budgets The bottom line, my budgets are exactly the same as what they were last year. There may have been a little bit of change in the line items, but the bottom dollar is still equal to what it was in 2021. Okay? Any questions?
No.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
What he's saying, his budget was 705,000, but it looks higher than the previous two columns because the reimbursements are out of the first two columns, and we don't have it out of his budget column, so it gives him plenty of budget authority to go get the reimbursements. But there again, the taxes levied on that fund was 418,000. A couple of years ago, it was 441, then dropped to 366, so it needs to become some happy medium up in between there to fund what he's wanting to do. Unfortunately, the budget process is kind of flawed in that, you know, if people save money and didn't spend it, then you could maybe lower the tax levy one year, but you can't do that because the tax levy law, because that sets your base down here, and then when you spend the carryover, then you don't have it after that, so.
Right.
Kind of.
Catch-22.
Yeah. The best thing we can do is kind of keep it evened out, keep it level for the taxpayer to the best you can. So anyway, you got time to look it over, decide what you want to do. Guess you just have to be published by no later than August 20th. I'm going to be gone the first couple weeks in August, so any little changes, I can make them remotely where I'm going to be, so deal with it that way. So, for you guys. But you can look at it and see what you want your budget to look like.
Is that it? Any questions?
Nope.
Thank you very much.
Angie made it easy for me.
Thank you, Bill.
Here.
So do we want to wait till he makes those changes before we move to adopt the budget as presented?
We'll have to, won't we?
Am I correct in that assumption?
What you have right now is not final, so you want to make sure.
Yeah, we need to wait till we have the final in front of us before we make any of these motions right here.
Well, you got to move to accept the 2020 audit.
2020 audit.
That needs to be accepted today. If we accept it. Yeah, that needs to be taken care of.
Okay.
Deal on the budget for district court.
That's just,
I'm sorry.
that's just approving the budget if you're not gonna change it, having you sign it.
Well, I didn't know if we needed to wait for the changes that he was talking about.
Oh, no, he's already got that figured out. And
I've made the changes already, and it actually decreased the expenses, so I put, I think it's $300 or $400 up in the community improvement. So the bottom line number of the general fund didn't change.
I think we do all three of them.
If you're in agreement, you could go forward unless you want to wait and go over it for a few weeks.
Like I say, you can go forward with the numbers that's there, and if you decide at the hearing to lower the mill levy, you can do so. You just can't raise it above what you see in there.
Okay. All right. Everybody good? Okay. So move to approve the 2022 budget as submitted by district court and authorize direct the chairman to sign the same.
So I'll email all that back to you this afternoon, and you should be good to go. Unless you change later to here.
Thanks, Bill.
So moved.
Tom's moved.
I'll second.
Jesse seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Move to accept the 2020 audit as submitted.
I'll make that motion.
Tim's moved.
I'll second.
Don seconded. Any discussion on that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We need to set a date for our budget hearing.
It was for August
It's August
30th.
30th.
It is August 30th.
Let's see. What did you say? You had it on one of these?
Because we don't have an agenda for that date yet anyway, so.
At 10:30. It was August 30th at 10:30.
So, move to approve the 2022 Coffee County budget for publication and to set the budget hearing for August 30th, 2021, at 10:30 a.m. in the basement meeting rooms.
So moved.
Helen's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. Any discussion on that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay. I did sign that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
I didn't show you that. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
Up here. So that's today's agenda. We'll go into roundtable. Oh, I told Bobby we bring him in a roundtable for second round of our earlier discussion, so. Let me text him unless you got something you want.
So,
I'd asked Bobby to come back for further discussion on our original conversation, so
right, well,
I didn't know if you had something you wanted to share with us before you got here.
no, we're gonna have to go into the executive session, probably for at least 30 minutes to discuss the HR audit mitigation proposals. And we've had two groups present to the board. And now there needs to be a discussion related to the direction the board wants to go. And that will be done in executive session based on the nature of what the HR audit recommended. So we can do that now, we can do that after, but I just wanted you to know that's one of the topics for today. $30 not long enough?
Well, since we have somebody here, could we go ahead and do the 30 by 30 action?
Yeah, we can skip around.
That'd be all right, Wade?
Yep, I just need to get copies for everyone to look at, maybe while you need me for your thing.
I don't know.
No, he doesn't.
Do what?
If Bobby doesn't need me for the next series of what you're gonna discuss, then I can do it 30 by 30 while you're with Bobby. So, correct?
Yes, sir. Is this a continuation of the very last thing?
Yes, sir.
I request the commission go into an executive session for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
To discuss matters of non-elected officials, non-elected personnel.
Make the motion.
Tim moved. Second. Jesse seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0, 15 minutes. We'll go in at 11:29.
busy, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, all the time,
Mm-hmm.
all the time.
It seems that way.
Just the way it is.
I gotta show you something. Long story. It's Christmas time. That's what Christmas Day. You know, it's just my stories. We were in Detroit. She says, well, I didn't buy a movie. We just bought it. A while later, and she said, "We're going to do something." And she goes, "Okay." And she said, "You know it's going to be born." And I said, and I said, "I like the first thing that we thought to be." And she said, "No, just got to see it." Pray to God for the time and ask God for the thing and then ask God. And I said, "Very nice." And I said, "I just have too many movies." And Jack. Pretty cool. Yeah, so 3 years old. And you see Robert Lee on there, you know, and he falls down on the ground and starts crying, "Oh, I don't want to die." Oh, here I am, 75. This guy's, cataract, I'm surgeon, I'm lifting the over on the road, and then, there's nothing yesterday. I mean, when I was all up that person is now, this morning, we walked out, that big son. That's, I think I've seen that one, that one, your dad's, I think I've seen that. I think I have. It's one thing, I think it's coming in, because I like, you coming back here and doing what you do. I can tell you when I first come home, I didn't want to. Some countries. Some countries. I want people to sit there. And I was already doing it over this thing. And my dad said, well, we got to help them. We have to use the city there. We've got these issues. What's that? Ohio, I was doing Ohio. So it's already up that lady. And who was that? It long. Anyway, he was good. Okay. Said that I just put in my short points. Where I didn't say that. This girl walked in here. That's why I was there. Good nice people in the back. And she had no idea that she walked in. She had girl in there. It's got some shot. And she almost picked it up. I was there, I had he got me there, he was all on that. That's my first time to do. But I didn't want to move away. And the part of the she grew up in stuff. Like Warren, like Warren Street, southeast, all the things. I want to go central. And I remember pulling up the second year, back when we got together and stuff. No, my van, my cargo van, was like,
Look like it.
We're back. Did you have anything for round 10, Wendy?
No, I do not. Everything's going good, so.
Awesome. Tim's got something with us.
If the 30 by 30 is ready. I'll let you read it again. I'm not that long-winded.
I'll designate just Andrea to read it.
You want me to read it? So,
This is the one we've been waiting for you to.
correct, yeah, correct. So what I just handed each of the commissioners is a proposed resolution that deals with Coffee County opposing the federal government's 30 by 30 land initiative and preservation goals. This is something that Commissioner Johnson's been working on for some time. It's sort of something that he brought to my attention some time ago. He's had some people come in and speak about this particular topic, and I was requested to put together a proposed resolution. This is that resolution. So.
Is that a misspell? So that means it's citizens.
Yeah. That's a good catch.
Any discussion on this? Did you get a copy?
I'll make one.
was going to, John was still reading, I want to make sure he didn't have anything he wanted to say. So.
There's one error that was discovered in the third paragraph, so I'll need to make that change, and then it's, the word is should be is, but I want it to be right. So we can still cover it, discuss it, and then you can vote on it, and then I'll make that change and then bring it back down. I'll just bring one copy if you decide to move forward.
Do we designate who's reading?
As soon as you want me to read.
That's not sure. I don't care. Heard several names mentioned, so I didn't know who was taking the ball on this one.
You get to make that decision. If you want me to do it, I'm fine with it.
Sure.
Okay. So Don's head is still down. I'm not sure if he's ready to move forward, if he's.
I'm ready, yeah.
Okay. So is this something the board is collectively wanting to move forward with?
I know I am.
I know I am.
Okay. So I'll read the resolution and then you can make a motion and move forward from there. This is a resolution opposing the federal government's 30 by 30 land initiative and preservation goal. And that's the caption. And then this is the wording in the body. Whereas Coffee County is a legal and political subdivision of the state of Kansas for which the Board of County Commissioners for Coffee County is authorized to act. And whereas the well-being, health, safety, welfare, economic condition, and culture of Coffee County, its businesses, and its citizens depend on private land ownership and the use of these resources. And whereas many of Coffee County's businesses and its citizens are involved in or otherwise depend on industries that utilize private lands and their resources, including livestock grazing, oil and gas exploration and production, recreational industries, hunting, and other outdoor recreation. And whereas these industries are important components of the Kansas economy and are major contributors to the economic and social well-being of Coffee County and its citizens. And whereas on January 27, 2021, President Joseph R. Biden Jr. issued Executive Order 14008, titled Tackling the Climate Crisis at Home and Abroad, which is designated in 86 Federal Register 7619. And whereas in section 216 of the Executive Order 14008, the Secretary of the Interior, in consultation with the Secretary of Agriculture and other senior officials, were directed to develop a program to conserve at least 30% of the lands and waters in the United States by 2030, which is called the 30 by 30 program. And whereas under the 30 by 30 program, some 680 million acres of our nation's lands would be set aside and permanently preserved in its natural state, preventing the productive use of these lands and their resources. And whereas President Biden does not identify which lands may be targeted by the program in Executive Order 14008. However, the Department of Interior released a fact sheet on that same day, finding that only 12% of America's lands are currently conserved. And whereas there is no constitutional or statutory authority for the President, the Department of the Interior, the Department of Agriculture, or any other federal agency to set aside and permanently preserve 30% of all land and water in the United States, and no such authority is referenced in the order. And whereas the 30 by 30 program creates great local concern that the federal government will move to enlarge the federal estate or further restrict the use of public lands, especially those public lands located within the boundaries of Coffee County. And whereas the 30 by 30 program also involves the potential increase in land use restrictions by the federal government on lands located within the boundaries of Coffee County, and obtaining the 30% goal from state or private lands under the order would potentially require condemnation or otherwise severely limit the local uses of such lands, resulting in the infringement on the private property rights of our citizens and significantly harming our local economy. And whereas placing private lands in the permanent conservation status will cause dramatic and irreversible harm to the economies of many states, including Kansas, and in particular rural counties such as Coffee County, whose citizens depend on private lands for their livelihoods. And whereas Executive Order 14008 at Section 216 directs the Secretary of Interior in consultation with other relevant federal agencies to, quote, submit a report to the task force within 90 days of the date of this order, recommending steps that the United States should take, working with state, local, tribal, and territorial governments, agricultural and forest landowners, fishermen, and other key stakeholders to achieve the goal of conserving at least 30% of our lands and waters by 2030, end quote. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Coffee County, Kansas as follows. 1, the board opposes the 30 by 30 program, including its objective of permanently preserving 30% of the nation's lands in its natural state by 2030, or any similar program that will set aside and prevent the productive use of our lands. 2, the board further opposes any unilateral special designation of public lands in Coffee County under the 30 by 30 program without full public participation and local support. Any proposed designation of lands under the 30 by 30 program must directly involve and include the local preferences of Coffee County citizens, especially those designations that restrict public access to such land and or prevent the development and productive use of the resources on or within such lands. 3, the board supports the current management of the public lands in federally designated areas and in careful coordination with Coffee County to ensure consistency with county land use plans and land management policies as required by law. 4, the board supports the continued private ownership of land in the county, recognizing the nation's need for domestic sources of minerals, energy, timber, food, and fiber. 5, the board recognizes and supports the state of Kansas's water rights system and other state laws and programs governing water rights and water use, and opposes any federal designation of waters and water courses within the county that would impair or restrict water diversions and uses authorized under Kansas law. 6, the board opposes the use of global climate change as an excuse to set aside large tracts of land as preserves or open space to fulfill the 30 by 30 program's objectives. 7, the board maintains that the designation of public lands to fulfill the 30 by 30 program's objectives may lawfully occur, if at all, only through the planning process mandated by the Federal Land Management and Policy Act for public lands, including public notice and an opportunity to comment, analysis, and disclosure of the impact of such land acquisition on the well-being, health, safety, welfare, economy, and culture of Coffee County, its businesses, and its citizens, in careful coordination with Coffee County officials. 8, the board also maintains that any non-federal lands or other rights that are required to fulfill the 30 by 30 program's objectives should be acquired only from willing landowners and for the payment full and fair market value for all rights and interests acquired, and not through regulatory compulsion, and only after analyzing and considering the impacts of such land acquisition on the well-being, health, safety, welfare, economy, and culture of Coffee County, its businesses, and its citizens. 9, the board shall send a copy of this resolution to the Department of Interior and all other relevant federal and state agencies. And that's the conclusion. And if you So adopt, the last caption is adopted this 25th day of July, 2021 by the Board of County Commissioners of Coffee County, Kansas.
Should be 26.
Page 26.
26. So
We
that's
just need two changes on that. One is turning it to it and 26.
correct. So that's,
Was, section down here, you read it as other senior officials were directed, and it's written was directed. Is that gonna be were or was? Be 1, 2, 3, 4,
as
6
should be was.
was.
Three amendments.
Well, it says was and I've read were for some reason.
Okay.
It's,
Good job reading, you did good.
so outside of those two changes, that's
Why you change, and you change this to Robert Hill. Why you, since you're changing anyway, you weren't gonna be fine.
Sure.
That's what I was saying.
We can still make a motion to approve this as amended. Sign it.
Resolution 2021-874.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Tim's moved, Jesse has seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you, Wayne.
Mr. Wade Bowie.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. This is great. You know, it's up to us to do the standing up on this still.
Yeah.
And you guys are setting the standard for this whole part of Kansas as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
I'm sure, just so you know, I'm sure that Tom and Angel would have been here today, but they're in South Dakota with Convention of States regional meeting. They're probably on their way home today. I can't wait to call them. Anyway,
Thanks for
Thank
coming.
you, Bob.
thank y'all.
We'll finish up roundtable and go to yours. All right.
I'm going to be requesting 2 executive sessions, so you might come back to me.
That's why I said we'll finish up roundtable. You got anything, Jesse?
Only thing I have is on the parking lot. I don't know what we gotta do to get started.
I think it's up to us.
I mean, I'm totally for putting the felt down, putting asphalt over it, 2-inch layer. I think it'll last for a long time. Yeah. That's.
You talking about the whole parking lot?
Yeah.
Stuff
It's gonna help preserve, number one, you know, and the felt or the liner, or fiber, or whatever they call it, you know, down is gonna, you know, and I don't know about the handicap spot, you know, I guess that would be an engineer's question. Can we clean out what bad is there, fill it with asphalt, and then turn around and do the overlay over the top of
To my
it?
knowledge, yes, you can.
So you know concrete better than I do, and paving, so I don't know.
I said, to my knowledge, I believe you can, yes. You have to clean up the loose debris, of course.
Right, get down to pretty decent
Yeah.
material and then fill it in and do the overlay.
You're looking at a parking lot also that's been there since 1984, and some of these additions was done 20+ years ago.
Right.
So life expectancy of concrete, flat surface is around 20 years, so
Mhm. I think it's
we're
gonna,
nearing the end.
it's gonna add another 10 years to it if we put asphalt over top of it. I think it's money well spent
Okay.
to preserve what we got there. Then it's major construction. If something comes through with the Justice Center, there's gonna be less vehicles coming through on it anyway. And it's just gonna last that much longer.
So with that being said, do we want to direct Andrea to get a hold of Wayne to see if that's something he could engineer and send out for bids for us, or?
Probably could. I mean, we need to look at the other extra parking lots to maybe get it might cost more at the beginning, but because of the price of the material,
you know, I don't know how the other parking lots are. The only thing I.
There's-
They need
They need
attention.
it to-
Need some attention. The only other thing I noticed that needs attention to be that it's not really a road, it's between the school's parking lot and our parking lot. Maybe we could mill and overlay that at the same time.
School owns that. I think that's school property, isn't it? Isn't that road school property?
The whole road or just where
I
they park?
don't know if that's what, I know
Or city
the
property.
parking is over there, but I don't know.
I think
You know,
it-
maybe you could talk to the school and
It
find
might
out.
be
if
city
you guys
property.
could-
They put a lot of, their side where they park vehicles, that's all brand new concrete. So we'll have to, if you lay a 2 inch on part of that parking, or part of that driveway, have to mill down and blend it in somewhere.
Correct. And that's why I'm saying, if we send it out for bids to do the parking lots and stuff, do we include a mill and overlay on that at the same time to where everything's all consistent?
It'd be nice if they could do it before school starts, not interrupt school traffic.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna find anybody do that in a month.
You're not gonna find that done this quick.
No, but you, oh, yeah.
Yeah, but
There's no other breaks
There's not gonna
either.
be a lot of days. I mean, what's a little inconvenience when you can benefit something for several years? I mean, to me, it's just,
I was just thinking
We
for
got
the
too many
school
people
parents
that's-
drop off there.
Yeah.
they can
Well,
drop off to the front.
just that lane itself wouldn't take very long, and I'm sure
Day or two.
there's something in the contract, if you will, to where they try not to interrupt the flow too much. Like I say, it won't take them long, so no bigger than it is. So do we agree just have Wayne, do we engineer it?
We need a motion to have him do it. I'll second Jesse's motion. That's what we need to,
Yeah, I don't know what we need to move forward. That's just something I know that's been
Usually-
sitting on the back burner for a little
usually he
while.
wants a commission consensus.
Well,
So,
then we'll make a motion to have, well, we want to make sure he can engineer it and do it first. How's that?
Probably better.
So we'll just ask him if he can engineer it, drop the specs. If not, then we'll just have to get us a firm to do so, I guess.
Then we can move.
We'll find that out first, and we'll be here Wednesday, and we can do it then.
That's all I got, I think. I think that's it.
That's all you had though, correct, Tim?
Yes.
Bob?
when it's Barbara painting out there, do we want to just put her on hold for her painting until we find out what we're doing?
Well,
It's
I
about
still might
done.
want to know where to park. We can include that in the bid, they'll have to paint new lines.
I mean, we just want to stop her from repainting them at the moment? Because, and see where, if it's
Well,
gonna
we
be,
don't know
it's
how
gonna be
long it's gonna
a
be.
month, somebody could actually do it in a month?
I would doubt you're gonna get that to happen.
If, I said if,
Yeah, I would doubt you're gonna get.
I have
that.
I have nothing.
We'll just let her paint, and when we drop the specs, we can have
Probably not.
striping included in that, so. Don?
The only two things I had, I think, Wade, that may be both of his, is HR executives and then the law enforcement center. I didn't know where we were at on it exactly, and I didn't know whether that was one of your executive sessions or not.
I don't have anything.
You're asking about the Justice Center and where that is and what's happening? My understanding is we're in a holding pattern right now. There's an issue with the potential site. And although I wasn't there and I don't have the full and complete information, my understanding is the Burlington City Council voted last week to not move forward with the county in the purchase of their land. So I don't have all the details, and that's been passed on secondhand, but I think for lack of better wording, it's at least at a very cursory level accurate now. That doesn't mean that it can't move forward later on down the road, but it does mean that we're in a holding pattern. The sheriff would probably be the better one to pass on to this board what that update is and the information. But since you asked, that's my understanding or impression.
I think that they did not, from what I was told by city, they did not vote to not do it. They had a motion to do it, and the motion died for lack of second, so actually, they just actually took no action whatsoever.
So I think what needs to happen is there just needs to be more communication. I think at its core and root level, there's just a breakdown in communication. And the beauty of that is communication can be, you can open those lines of communication and get back in the spot where you need to be. But sometimes when that communication has broken down, or there's not been the right amount of communication and people don't feel like they really have a good idea of what's happening, then, you know, I think there's some of that that's gone on behind the scenes as well. And I'm gonna work with the sheriff to see where those lines of communication have failed or have not made it as far as they should. And I think that may be one of the issues with the city of Burlington. Maybe they were presented information and they didn't have the complete background. And if that is the case, then that needs to be addressed. So.
Do they only meet monthly?
2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks?
And I do know from my conversations with the sheriff, he plans on going to each of the councils all across the county to discuss this project and why it's important and what the needs are locally here with our current facility. I mean, you know, as of last week, I haven't checked today, but Coffee County, our jail was full, and we were having to farm out inmates to other counties, 2 counties that I was aware of, because we didn't have the space available. And you know, we worked really hard to not house people that don't need to be housed. And that's me talking from the prosecutor standpoint, because that space is valuable. And if somebody's in custody, then they probably need to be in custody. And everybody has a bond. I mean, they're not just held without bond. Everybody in our facility is given a bond that if they're able to meet that bond, they can bond out and don't have to sit in jail. So that's kind of what's going on behind the scenes. But we are outgrowing our current facility.
And we're not the only community having this issue either. I mean, several. The more I get involved in it, the more I hear that Osage is, well, Grover presented that to us, where they're doing 150 beds, and Chase County just did a new one. And so, well, we're not the only county faced with these problems of outdated facilities.
I don't remember what the numbers are, but if you recall last year during COVID, when we were also trying to get people out of our jail and not have people sit in jail, we were still farming people out and sending them to Anderson County or elsewhere. And then in several months, this board was paying a monthly bill somewhere around between $8,000 and $10,000, sometimes a little bit more, for the housing of Coffee County inmates in other counties. So
not to mention transportation.
That's going to be an ongoing issue or concern that has to be dealt with. But you know, ultimately, I understand, this board understands, $25 million price tag, at least as it currently sets for the new Justice Center, is significant. And every single taxpayer from all four corners of the county need to have the accurate information, not the misinformation, to understand the necessity of why our current facility is an issue. And I would encourage, if anybody out in the public doesn't feel or believe that our current jail there's not an issue. We don't need a new jail. There's nothing wrong with what we have. I would encourage any member of the public, whether it be within the county or outside the county for that matter, to come and make an appointment with Sheriff Johnson and actually take a look at what we have here in Coffee County.
Spend the night in it.
I don't know if that's good, but to see what Coffee County is dealing with this current facility. And, you know, there's this idea about remodeling or renovating the current jail. And you know, I think the sheriff's been in several times and says he can get 26 if you put people on the floor. If you renovate for $10 million, you gain 2 cells, 2 or 4 cells. And that's what some haven't talked about is you have to take part of the court. So that goes all the way to the judge's office and completely wipes out the magistrate courtroom. And that's what it would require to do the renovation. And that's not knowing what it would cost to go into concrete that's existing concrete. The other misinformation while I'm up here is if Coffee County ends up building a new jail, and this has been mentioned, I think, by the sheriff and by the architect, issue, if inmates are housed from other venues in Coffee County, that when they finish their sentences or whatever it is they're doing for other counties, that they just walk out the door and they filter into the local community. That's not the case. Those individuals will be transported back to wherever they originated and will filter back into those communities, not Coffee County. And I think that's some information that I've heard out there. But you know, $25 million, that, I know if either one of my parents were still alive, they would say, you better show me some pretty compelling information that would lead me to believe that that's something that needs to be done. And they'd be right. So I welcome any citizen in the county to make an appointment with the sheriff. He's got all the hard data and facts to back up what he's requesting. I've been along for the ride. I know enough to be up here talking about it. And I'd be willing to be a part of that conversation as well. But at the end of the day, the taxpayers need to be satisfied that it's a need and necessity in Coffee County.
Sounds good.
I don't have anything for roundtable. Do you, Andrea?
My only thing is an update on the health department leaking. Scheller Lawn Care out of Emporia. We have the maintenance agreement with them. They said that the sprinkler system is leaking in that area at the valve and don't know for how long. But that some of the weight of the gravel from Burnham Basement might not be the cause, but it's helping it any. So it is shut off just at that whole section for right now because they're going to be out sometime this week to have to do some digging into that. But it had been leaking in there for an unknown period of time. But so for now, that whole section is shut off. I think everything else was pretty much covered, the parking lot. So I think that's all I had.
Yeah. So it sounds like that could be some of the issue.
Well, if the ground never dries out, it can't handle the rainwater.
Exactly.
Like it's supposed to.
We're still waiting on Burnham to come back and remedy a few things, so. I guess that completes the roundtable.
You want to take a break before we go into?
I'm fine. I've been breaking on the way back from different meetings.
Okay.
I think it's full speed ahead.
Yeah.
That's what I like to hear, so. So I'm gonna request a 30-minute executive session for the board to recess into executive session for consultation with the county counselor to discuss the current county policy in reference to the McGrath HR audit and proposals for mitigation related to the HR audit. Myself and the board. And this would be specifically to reference, I guess, so that it's clear legal advice.
How long?
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
I'll move.
Jesse's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're going at 12:23.
say you the second time?
30 moments.
30 minutes.
Thank you for making this copy.
Yeah, I didn't know you didn't have
Oh, that's
originally. Because he gave me one, and he didn't have to read. And then, I knew he didn't come. So then I'm like, you need to review it. And then we were like,
oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
yeah, I didn't know he didn't have it. I didn't pay attention to it. But we got it. Did you guys have a fun weekend?
We did. I had to help my daughter move some more things. It's really hot. But in it, my daughter moved from one place to another in Florence. So we're having to move some furniture. So between the heat and the rain, it kind of is kind of pretty much settled. Well, my older daughter already lived in Lawrence. She was just moving from one place to another. Got her looks like a Well,
What's she going to school for?
my younger one, no, she doesn't know. No, she's not sure. It changes. It was in dentistry. No, she's not sure. Yeah, done.
Y'all having fun in here, right, Rosie?
No.
All right.
No.
We lost a couple.
They went astray.
That's a.
Tom, I'll leave this right here.
Probably not. It happens to everybody.
We're back.
Yes, sir.
Need a 15-minute executive session for consultation with the county counselor to discuss current county policy that deals with matters deemed privileged under the attorney-client relationship exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act. KSA 754319B2, myself and the board, and 15 minutes.
I'll move.
Jesse's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Go in at, when that switched to 12:57, but we're going at 1 o'clock. That way. I've never really timed this walking up there.
What time did you end up with?
1, I guess. I don't know when it switched to 7. I like to give us 2 minutes. I used to walk up there. I have no mental, no action.
Yeah.
That should be the last thing.
Yeah.
Wednesday, right?
Correct.
Is that it?
This, I thought it wasn't even noon yet.
No, it's, time flies when you're having fun with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I missed the.
Do you have this finalized yet?
Oh, that's the one thing I was gonna do. Give me 2 minutes so I can walk upstairs, fix the 2 things that you wanted fixed in this resolution. I'll bring it back down and you can sign it.
Okay.
That's, if you give me that time, that's all I need.
It has to be done today, should be done, I guess, because it says the 26th, it has to be done.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, good enough.
3 things, please. The date, it's an L. L on my name.
Oh. Yep. I will be right back.
Thank you, sir.
I'd let you know that I went ahead and emailed Phil and told him that you guys had approved the budget as submitted with those, or that you submitted, with those few minor corrections, so you can go ahead and get us the final version, so we can have it. Probably might have it to me by Wednesday.
Okay.
I have a question on that. Are we still looking at the same mill levy we had last year, right?
It would be the same mill levy as 2020, not this year. Oh, you meant, yeah, okay, yeah, for 2020. The same mill levy for 2020, not this year, it's 2021.
For 2020, which was?
It would be 52.30.
Yeah, okay. He was talking about the 47, and I didn't want to do that.
Didn't want to do what, Paul?
Go to the 47. Okay. I was thinking that's where we was at with it, and then, once it's gone.
What you're talking about, Angie, is we go back to the 220, or 2020, 52,308.
It'll be the same mill levy as 2020.
Oh, heck, I thought it was a short one. Maybe it just seems like a short one.
Seems like a short one. Yes, I can hear what you're thinking. I get healthy.
Oh, yeah.
You got a lot of
I
things.
got a lot of things next month.
Let me see the first part of that one. That one.
Yes. Yeah.
Who's that? You got one? Getting another day older, aren't you?
Another day of work, it's all it is.
Three changes, the date, the word it's instead of is, and the L in the middle name.
And Tim is green.
That's new.
Whistle was going off, he was talking.
I think the drill was going.
I wonder why I thought we got a lot accomplished before then.
Damn.
There you are, Chief.
Anything else?
I hope not.
Okay. Well, it's all signed. If nobody has anything else, we will recess until Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. And we'll do checks and vouchers at 1:23.
And anything else that comes up?
Anything else that comes? Yes, sir.